Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. On behalf of the Department of Electronic Communications, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to EUSPA and Eurisy, who generously helped us for making this event possible and successful. Also, I would like to thank each one of you for being here with us today. We are very pleased to welcome you to this extremely significant event focused on satellite-based services for disaster risk management. Regarding the thematic to be discussed today, let me assure you that we attach great value in these issues. As a matter of fact, Cyprus is quite relevant concerning satellite navigation since search and rescue services of Galileo system are deployed in Cyprus. The Meolud system has been hosted in Cyprus, one of the 3 hosting countries of such infrastructure, capable for detecting and locating emergency beacons. Furthermore, very recently, EUSPA decided to deploy 2 ground stations in Cyprus for the operation of the EU EGNOS system, which is used to improve the performance of GNSS signal for global navigation for aviation, maritime, and land-based users. With no further delay, I would like now to give the floor to Mrs. Annalisa Donati, the Secretary General of Eurisy, who will be the moderator for today's event. Once again, I would like to thank all for being here and wish everyone fruitful and productive deliberations.
Good morning, everybody. Indeed, my name is Annalisa Donati, and before actually starting, I wanted to thank the DEC department, Stelio, Sirini, Konstantinos, and everybody from the local team here. You did an amazing job, an incredible job here today. And I'm really, really happy and proud to address this audience. It's, again, like very, very nice to see this full room, which means that there is a great interest in this kind of topics. And, well, I also have the pleasure to accompany you in today's workshop, presenting the different speakers, and also, like, I will briefly introduce Eurisy, because I wanted you to make sure that you know what we are and what we are doing. So I think I will start with my presentation. Indeed, Eurisy is an association of space agencies. It was established in 1989 by the then Ministry of Science and Education of France and chairman of the European Space Agency Council. Today, we gather 23 among international organizations like EUSPA and ESA and other national space agencies, the one that you can see here. We cover about all Europe and beyond. We have the Turkish Space Agency that is our gateway towards other regions of the world. What do? Eurisy, it's basically mandated to bridge the gap between space and society. So what we're doing here today, it's really in our core mandate. And we really want to ensure that the benefit of satellite-based applications are very well known, especially by public administrations. So you can use satellite application for your own benefit and for your own workflows. So we want to make sure that you are able to use them at the fullest. We work following 3 main pillars, let's say. We work as a facilitator to do what we're doing here today, to explore new solutions, to discuss and to exchange best practices between early adopters of satellite-based application. We do work as a matchmaker, so we bring the companies that are commercially developing satellite-based services to the end users communities, and we ensure that there is a stable exchange. And we do work as an advisor, meaning that working with this privileged position with users communities, we bring back the feedback that you have. And actually later you will see I have like a survey for you, and I will ask you to actually tell us more about what do you need in your daily work. And we do bring it back to our space agencies that support the national government in developing space strategies and legislations that support the smooth uptake of this kind of solutions. Here I have a little video which I wanted to project also to sort of break a little bit my speech, and that introduced the topic of today. So disaster risk management and critical infrastructures are key for our daily life. So we need not only to monitor the state of health, but we need also to maintain and protect. And we have, with the European Space Agency in 2021, we developed an incredibly cool tool which is attached to our website. It's called the Space Service Hub. It's a 3D tool. You can enter in different space and you can see better what space can do for you. So I guess that I only need to do yes.
Thousands of infrastructures around the world do not have any monitoring system. The lack of preventive maintenance and early detection of failures generate large economic and human losses. It is not feasible to monitor all urban or non-urban infrastructure with traditional systems that require instrumentation on the ground. New monitoring tools are needed. Detectia has developed iRadar, an infrastructure monitoring tool that generates early warnings based on the latest satellite radar technologies and artificial intelligence. Without the need for ground instrumentation, satellite remote sensing is able to detect even the smallest movements of infrastructure. Time series of motion measurements of the ground or the surface of works and infrastructure can be generated with millimeter precision. The AI layer recurrently compares the historical behavior of the infrastructure with the deformation in near real time to analyze current movements and compare them with past or historical deformations. Infrastructure managers can now benefit from satellite-based automatic monitoring integrated into a digital infrastructure management tool. The iRadar web platform includes an early warning system and provides visual information on the status of large works and infrastructure. This not only reduces running costs and incidents, but also improves resilience and safety in all the phases of the asset life cycle, from design and construction to exploitation.
So this was just like a little insight, but I want to go even more in the details. So here again, you can see the human cost of disasters, which is one of the latest reports which was produced by the UN DRR. And here what we can see, I mean, it doesn't really matter the number per se, but what we can see is that from the decade 1980, 1999 to the decade 2000, 2019, what happened is that the number of disasters more than doubled. And one of the reasons is for sure that we now have better tools to report about the disasters, which was perhaps not the case like earlier. But in general terms, due also to climate change, the force of the extreme weather events is not only like more frequent, but again more forcious. And what happened is that, as you can see here, what also doubled is the economic loss, is the economic damages that were produced through the different disasters. So this means, and this led the European government to actually understand that there is a need to make not only the response faster, better, but also to really make use of all the different infrastructure and data that we have. And here again, this is actually something which was proposed by the European Commission, and is actually about the different phase of the disaster risk management life cycle. So right now what happens is that very, very often satellite data are used in the very, very last part of this circle. So when it comes to recovery and response, we are used to actually integrate this kind of information, and we have a couple of our speakers that will talk about the rapid mapping, for instance, tool. But what we want to make sure is that those kind of information are used also in the other different phases, in prevention and preparedness, which makes indeed what we are talking about, the higher resilience and effectiveness of the response. So again, why we are talking about satellite-based application? Because we have an amazing infrastructure out there, and we need to ensure that we use it at its fullest. And the infrastructure is composed by Earth observation, satellite communication, satellite navigation. We will hear more by the colleague of EUSPA today, all the different components of this infrastructure that provide timely services and support all the different phases of the disaster risk management cycle. Here I will go very fast. You have a couple of examples of what we are used today in Europe, and a little bit of what it's already available at global level. So the UN Spider, for instance, which is managed by the United Nations Office for Aerospace Affairs, and UNOSAT, which is also providing like services for governmental authorities when it comes to disaster at a cooperative level. Here, I wanted to bring a couple of examples, and we will hear way more today, so I will go again very, very fast. This is the Fire Hub, which is an early warning system developed by the National Observatory of Athens. This is something that has been used by the region of Attica, where during the summer there's plenty of wildfires, and thanks to this service now, I mean, the operators, the field operators, they know exactly where the fire was originated, and they can also like have information on the drift of the smoke, for instance, so they can inform with early warning to the population that can actually save the life and the properties. The second one, which I wanted to showcase, is actually something which is currently used by the Wallonia region in Belgium. So Belgium, as we know, is a very low-level state, and they do have a lot of issues with floods. Very recently, in 2021, more than 200 victims between Belgium, the Netherlands, and Germany occurred because of big floods. And what the Belgian Wallonia region is doing, they implemented this card, which is basically like on land cover and land use, and this is supporting them in understanding the potential risk of the floods. And this is again very important because they can make sure that in case of an extensive weather storm, and they can again know where the flood is going to happen, which kind of risk. Here again, also, why do we talk today about Copernicus and about this application? Not only because we believe that it's very important for the optimization of your own internal work, but also because there is an incredible market perspective. So the downstream application and space value chain, it's growing at a very, very fast pace. The only thing is that when we talk with the companies that are in the market, being there both established industries and startup, they do tell us that there's still like some obstacles in the full uptake of this kind of information. And these obstacles are mostly coming by the fact that there is not enough awareness on the benefit of this kind of application. So this is what we're doing today here. We are explaining a little bit what it's all about and how you can integrate it for your own benefit. So this is a little bit what I wanted to bring. As I mentioned, like we work with end users communities, so we issued, thanks to our colleagues from DEC, a survey, and because we want to understand from you guys, from the people that are using this kind of data, what do you need more in order to make full use of this? So we had like a very nice sample already of 33 complete answers from Cyprus, and we asked them like, where do you come from? So this is a little bit the example, the information on the sample that we had. So the vast majority of them being public national entities, which is actually what we want to address. And the vast majority of the people that replied are, of course, coming from the environmental protection field. And when we ask them, what would you need more? It's all about high-resolution images, near real-time, and environmental data and statistics. And this is something that you will see, you will get here. This is, again, a little bit more about the different services, but of course this will be distributed, and you will have like additional information about this. But something that I want to highlight before closing my presentation, it's about the support. So when it comes to the public administration, they want to have more support in training their staff, in making sure that everybody can use this kind of data. And this is something that the connection that we established today, we want to support you in doing this. Here again, so here is the QR code of the survey. So I ask everybody that is working in the field, from civil protection to actually local operators, to actually take the survey and tell us more about what do you need. Here you have a little bit of the benefits. So of course, like a lot of them, it's like telling us that you are able to get better information, but also save money and save time, because this kind of solutions will give you the possibility to be more effective in what you're doing and to optimize your internal processes. So this is something that is very important for this kind of operators. Finally, on the challenges, there's technical challenges, clearly. I mean, this is something that it's popping up in all the different discussions, but yet again, here we are to support you also to overcome this kind of challenge. If you want to understand a little bit more on the different best practices, you can go in our website. Here you have all the success stories. They are divided into the different technologies and into different countries. And if you have a story that you want to tell us, don't hesitate to come and let us know what you're doing. So thank you very much again. I hope I provided a little bit of food for thoughts to start this conversation today. And with no further ado, it's to me a great pleasure to actually introduce the next speaker. So the next speaker is actually from the local team here, is Stelio Tsortsis. So please let me know if I pronounce correctly your name. From the Department of Electronic Communication. So Stelios is an electronic communication officer here and works in the section of space technologies. He's responsible for the relation between Cyprus and the European Space Agency and the implementation of the EUSPA agreement. And today we'll tell a little bit more about the National Cypriot Space Strategy. So please give him a round of applause and welcome to the stage.
So, good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Ministry of Research, Innovation and Digital Policy and the Department of Electronic Communications, let me first thank you all for your participation to this important event. And let me give a warm welcome to our guests from abroad. For those who don't know me, Annalisa introduced me well. I'm Stelios Tsortsis, and I'm an Electronic Communication Officer from the Department of Electronic Communication. And in the next 10 minutes, I will try to present you our recently published space strategy in a nutshell. So, the space strategy of Cyprus 22-27 is an operational document that was collectively developed by the Department of Electronic Communications of the Deputy Ministry of Research, Innovation and Digital Policy. Its aim is to structure and coordinate the space policy-related matters in Cyprus, as well as to demonstrate the willingness of the stakeholders to work together for the strengthening of the national space ecosystem. This strategy took into account the new EU space regulation, the EU space strategy and the EU Council conclusions, the EU Secure Connectivity Program, the ESA Principles, Initiatives and Programs, the United Nations Committee of Peaceful Users of Outer Space Guidelines for the long-term sustainability of outer space activities, the PEC study titled Series, the ESA end-of-period report recommendations regarding the first ESA PEC period between 2017 and 2022, and the national peculiarities, needs, and priorities. So, what is our vision? Our vision is Cyprus to become a society of information based on modern space technologies, skills, and infrastructure in the context of our national objective to be established as a regional digital hub in the area of Eastern Mediterranean. The government of the Republic of Cyprus has verified its political will and commitment for the development of the space technology sector in Cyprus. Many synergies can be developed with other national strategies and actions, such as the digital strategy, the national strategy of research and innovation, the blue growth strategy, and the green development strategy. Space technologies, data, and services have the potential to help achieve these strategic objectives of diversification from the traditional sectors of our economy, which are tourism, agriculture, and shipping. So, what are the national space priorities for Cyprus? Basically, our priorities are based in satellite communications, Earth observation, satellite navigation, and relations with other international organizations. Therefore, in Chapter 5 of this strategy, titled Priorities and Activities and Achievement, these are presented. And as mentioned before, our priorities are in satellite communication, satellite navigation, Earth observation, relationship with international organizations, and relations with ESA. About the governance regarding the space activities in Cyprus, many developments have been undertaken based on the Council decision of Ministers in 2008. The governance of space lies in the Deputy Ministry of Research, Innovation and Digital Policy and its department, our Department of Electronic Communications. The Department of Electronic Communication acts as the Cyprus Space Office, and also the establishment of a Cyprus Space Policy Advisory Group is envisaged that will compose of representatives from the Cypriot academia and industry in order to advise the minister on space policy related issues. In general, the function of the Cyprus Space Office will be to coordinate the participation of Cyprus in Copernicus, Galileo, EGNOS, GovSatcom, and SSA, SST EU space programs, and to exploit all the opportunities offered, to coordinate the Cypriot delegation with ESA, to work on operational measures, personnel and funds concerning the implementation of this strategy, to implement the Cyprus Space Law, to strengthen the national space ecosystem and to facilitate international cooperation, to increase awareness and inspiration regarding space, and finally, to support the inclusion of space-related courses and education in Cyprus education system. So, which are the key competences of Cyprus? The key existing competences, as identified in the recently ESA end-of-period report, are in materials, specifically in CFRP, carbon fiber reinforced polymers, and in electrical and electronic equipment that fall in the category of hardware, in electromagnetic measurements, in Earth space, Earth communication links, and in Earth observation data exploitation, like ground movement, weather forecasting, water and agriculture, which this category falls in software applications. As we're advancing and getting more and more projects from ongoing ESA PEX calls, the spectrum of these competences will be increasing. So, let's talk about the pillars, goals, and next steps regarding our strategy. The Deputy Ministry of Research, Innovation and Digital Policy considered the accession of Cyprus to the ESA and participation in all EU space programs as an urgent and paramount need. Space has an important role through the use of data, services, and application, and offers in many different sectors, such as mobility, connectivity, agriculture, climate, tourism and health, energy management, humanitarian aid, environmental monitoring, maritime, urban development, cultural heritage, and energy and finance. As you all know, space is an enabler tool that contributes to the monitoring and mitigation of measures increasing society's resilience and capacity to recover from crisis. This strategy addresses 8 major pillars that have to be exploited in order for Cyprus to become a spacefaring nation. These pillars are shown in this slide. Pillar 1 concerns education, skills, and awareness. Pillar 2 concerns entering the space supply chain international impact. Pillar 3 researches and deals about research and product commercialization. Pillar 4 concerns governmental services for national security and socioeconomic sustainability. Pillar 5 deals with our ESA associate membership plans. Pillar 6 deals with satellite communication. Pillar 7 about astronomy, and Pillar 8, forgive me for the typo, about Earth observation. For each pillar, a clear set of action is presented in the 136 pages document, which you can download and read by your own if you want from our website. So, how we implement this strategy? For the purpose of the implementation of this strategy, an executive overview was created and presented in Annex 3 of the document. The overview encapsulates the strategy, the actions and initiatives, the timeline, the ownership, the stakeholders mapping, the resources, the dependencies, etc., based on the SMART model, which stands for specific, measurable, achievable, resources, and time-bound. And detailed action plan will be prepared based on this overview. And to conclude, for the implementation of this strategy, we need to find the appropriate funding, and this will be mainly funded from the following sources. From Cyprus' annual contribution to the new ESA-ECS agreement, through the participation of EU Horizon Europe, Digital Europe, and SEP2 programs through relevant national support program of research innovation and from the Research Innovation Foundation, like the recently approved Smart Specialization Strategy, from EU structural funds programs for research, innovation, and startups like the Cassini Initiative, and through the allocated national budget of the involved ministries. This action plan is based on this strategy and will include all the allocated available funding. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope you gather all the information today from this event, which will be very valuable for your agency, for your companies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stelios, for presenting this very overarching strategy that was indeed recently published and that will, promote all the different capabilities and coordinate the activities of Cyprus. And also congratulations for being the National Cyprus Space Office. So that's a great achievement. I hope we can accompany you still in the growing of the ecosystem and the activities that you're doing in Cyprus. So again, without further ado, I will introduce the next speaker. So we wanted to bring a little bit of the European perspective on the European capabilities. So here with us, connected remotely, we have Mr. Peter Spruit. Sorry, again, I apologize for the pronunciation, from the Joint Research Center of the European Commission. So Peter is part indeed of the JRC team, which implements the Copernicus Emergency Management Service on behalf of the European Commission. He's leading a team that is responsible for implementing the Copernicus mapping risk and recovery component. So I will give to Peter the floor to present a little bit the capability and what the Copernicus emergency management can do. Peter, the floor is yours.
Okay, hello, I hope you all hear me. And
very well.
That you see my presentation. Is it fine?
Yes.
Okay, good. So I can start. So good morning, and thank you for the invitation and allow me to present the Copernicus Emergency Management Service, and more specifically its mapping component. So you all know that Copernicus is an EU program that is aimed at developing European information services that are based on satellite Earth observation and in situ, so non-space data. To dig into that a bit deeper, if we talk about satellite Earth observation, it's not only about the Sentinels that we are using, but we can also use the contributing missions, which are basically the commercial satellites going from VHR-1 to broader resolutions, both optical and radar. And now recently I have introduced also complementary to satellite imagery for smaller areas, drones, mapping drones and planes to acquire LIDAR and 10 to 20 centimeter RGB imagery or near infrared. Copernicus is implemented by the European Commission with the support from the European Space Agency for the space component that I just described, and the European Environment Agency for the in situ component, so the CORDA component that we basically use to see what kind of in situ data is available in Europe and beyond. Now, the objective of Copernicus is both to monitor and forecast the state of the environment on land, sea, and the atmosphere. So you see here these 6 services that are part of the Copernicus. And what we are working on is the emergency part. Also important to mention that Copernicus is a user-driven program, and the information services provided are available to the users, which are most public authorities, on a full, open, and free of charge base. Now, a bit more into detail now about Copernicus Emergency Management Service. So we are operational since 2012. So operational, that means that we work 24/7, our service providers obviously, and we coordinate and manage it on technical and scientific point of view. And we address all phases of the disaster management cycle, so from preparedness, response to recovery and prevention. So it is clear that the Copernicus Emergency Management Service mapping is not only the rapid mapping, as previously was said, but we cover basically the complete cycle. So for preparedness, we can do forecasts, multi-risk hazard assessments, prevention, risk assessment and reductions, and response. That's basically the rapid mapping part. And we can do also recovery, so the post-disaster recovery analysis. Now, we are obviously complementary to national efforts, so it's also very welcome for us to coordinate and work together with the national entities, so the civil protection units and beyond. And the input, I would say, the political assessment of the activations, that's done by the DG ECHO, so the Emergency Response and Coordination Center. So it's jointly coordinated by 3 commission DGs, which is DAFIS for the overall governance, and then it's the GRC, the Joint Research Center of the European Commission, for the implementation, the technical coordination and so forth, and then DG ECHO for the operational coordination. Now, as I said before, Emergency Management Service is not about rapid mapping. You see the mapping component on the left, which is the rapid mapping and the risk and recovery mapping. But we do also in the umbrella of Copernicus Emergency Management Service early warning and monitoring, so on floods, fires and droughts. And since last year, we have also the exposure mapping, so where we introduce the population build-up areas worldwide. But I will talk mostly about the mapping component. That's what I already basically mentioned. I think it's a worldwide coverage, and it's based on satellite maps and digital data. And we basically deliver for the rapid mapping within I would say 9 hours after satellite reception. And for risk and recovery mapping, obviously it's we have a bit more time to elaborate on that. So you can see here our activations in 2022 and 2023. And you can basically observe that we are a service that works globally. So our main focal points for activating are the member states, but we can also be activated by UN World Food Programme and EU delegations. So currently, so as we speak, we are active in several countries for flood delineation now currently in Italy, Uganda and Mozambique, and for the monitoring of damages caused by forest fires. So the recovery of vegetation, biomass losses and so forth in Spain, and also creation of basic economic assess maps and others as well. So that's, for example, what we have done in Europe in 2022 and 2023. So more than 100 activations so far and 29 risk and recovery mapping activations covering more than 200 products. About the type of activations, you can see that in the summer months, June, July and August, mostly wildfires. The second one that we cover most is floods, and then we have basically a whole range of other activations that we do as well. Now, just to conclude the presentation, it's about one of the recent activations, just as an example. It's the earthquake in Turkey, where we covered more than 20 areas of interest. We were activated within 4 hours after the event, and the potentially affected population was 3.9 million. We delivered the first grading products of AFSIN after 40 hours, and by 10th of February, we have delivered 53 maps, and that's what we did for the rapid mapping part. For the risk and recovery mapping part in that area, we have provided in Syria risk and recovery maps for the dam break scenario of the Maydanki Dam, where we use basically terrain models, digital terrain models, the bathymetry. We calculate the volume of the water reservoir, and we model dam break scenarios, 2 or 3 different dam break scenarios, and then also obviously work on the consequences on population and assets. Another example for risk and recovery mapping that we were working on related to that earthquake is a very detailed damage assessment over several areas of interest, but also the quantification of the debris and internal refugee camp monitoring. These are just some small examples what we are doing, but I suggest you to maybe go to our portal where you find all our activations. And again, it's free and open. As long as it's not a sensitive activation, which we have as well, then you will not find any information on the portal. But basically, most of our activations are available, free and open, so you can download the report, you can download the GDBs for the digital data, and the maps as well in PDF format. So yeah, that's basically the end of my presentation, and I hope that it was enlightening. And if there are some questions, I don't know how this will be coordinated, but I will stay maybe a while here during that meeting, and if there are questions, just please don't hesitate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter, for the presentation. Indeed, it was very insightful. And perhaps before moving to the next speaker, I want you to tell us just a couple of words on the activation itself. So you mentioned that the services, the different services from the Copernicus Emergency Management System can be activated, but by who? Which are the authorized authorities that can indeed activate the service?
Now, we have two types of users, which are the authorized users. So these are our member states. So each member state has a focal point. The focal point in Cyprus is Kyriakos Georgiou from the Civil Defense Headquarters, the Ministry of Interior. That's basically the focal point, and obviously also end users or maybe local entities, they can cover or they can activate as well, but it all has to go through the focal point, which then sends the service request form to ERCC, and we just start working. I have checked a bit since 2012, Cyprus has never activated the service, while they are obviously entitled to. So the reason for that, I have no idea why, but Cyprus has never activated through the focal point. So then we have our associated users, which are, for example, World Food Programme, United Nations, UN Habitat, UNESCO, and so forth. OCHA, I'm sorry. But also our delegations are authorized users. For example, we have now activations in Liberia and Zambia for checking illegal mining activities in national parks. But we have been activated also in Bolivia and in Haiti for sure. After every disastrous events in Haiti, we are activated by the delegation, and then we work accordingly. So yeah, it would be maybe good to see why the Cyprus has never activated. So maybe, I don't know if the Civil Defense Headquarters, Minister of the Interior is available in the room, and maybe can give some insight in that.
Indeed, maybe later with your colleagues from EUSPA here and others, we will discuss this point for sure. So thank you very much again, and I see that our next speaker is already connected, so I will make sure that if there's any question, we will send it to you, and of course, thank you for the availability. If you have any question, don't hesitate to send it to us, and we will make sure that our speakers receive them. So I will move forward to our next speaker, who is Mr. Demetrios Pyrrhos from the European Emergency Number Association. So we move from Earth observation to GNSS data, and we see how different satellite applications can provide different services. So Demetrios is currently the president of ENA, the European Emergency Number Association, but also the director of medical services of the National Center of Emergency Care in Greece. And he has been repeatedly honored by several governments from his medical intervention during disasters, such as in Armenia, in 1988, in Afghanistan, in Turkey, and so on. So again, without further ado, Demetrios, are you connected? Can you hear us?
Yes, I am. Good morning. I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation. I will start my presentation immediately.
Yes, please.
And I can skip a couple of slides because you presented who I am. So what is ENA? ENA, the European Emergency Number Association, is a discussion platform for best practices sharing for 112, the European emergency number, emergency services in general, public authorities, researchers, solution providers, and all other actors of the public safety sector. And we started in 1999 because the implementation of 112 was not what we wanted and what the law, the European law, was saying. So our mission is to improve the safety and security of the people, and our question that we try to continuously answer is how can citizens get the best help possible if they find themselves in an emergency. And one of the products that we're very proud of introducing to the world, I might say, is the advanced mobile location, and I'll let you know what this is right now. So the problem was, how do we locate somebody in case of emergency? Why is that a problem? Well, it is a problem because when people are calling emergency services, they might not be able to describe their location. Why is that? Because they might be in an unfamiliar area. They might be in a psychological shock. They might not know the name of the street, or the street name might not be clearly visible. They might be on the countryside, in the mountains, no reference points, but also language issues. These are actual names of streets. Callers don't want to give their location because they're not actually involved. They're just bystanders. They don't want to give their location. The call is dropping, or the caller is a child, is a minor. So how do we solve the problem of locating where the emergency call is from? Before AML, the accuracy of location information provided could be from 2 kilometers to 30 kilometers in the mountains. And just a statistic, in 2015 in the United Kingdom, about 36,000 incidents involved searches of 30 minutes plus because a mobile caller is unable to give location. What I told you before about the accuracy from 2 kilometers up to 30 kilometers might take up to 30 minutes to locate with the old way of geolocation. So what was the solution? The solution was advanced mobile location, which was introduced by ENA to the world. And the advanced mobile location is automatically activated when an emergency call is placed. Now, let me be very clear. Advanced mobile location is not an application. Advanced mobile location is a code embedded in the operating system of your mobile phone, either Android or Apple. I want to repeat that. Advanced mobile location is not an app. It's part of the operating system, either Google or Apple. Once AML is activated, and it is activated only when you dial 112, the phone automatically determines the location by using everything that the specific phone has in order to geolocate. So GSM, Wi-Fi, accelerometer, anything that the mobile has, it opens for 20 seconds and then it closes, and then it sends a message, usually an SMS or HTTPS message, to the 112 center and provides the location of the caller. Please know that it is automated, no action is required from the caller, and the caller doesn't even have a say in that, because it is dialed, because he has dialed 112, he has given permission, if you like, to activate the geolocation of the mobile phone. So where it is activated in Europe, as you can see, it is fully activated, both Google and Apple, in most European countries. It is partially activated in some countries, and unfortunately, we have Cyprus and Poland, which are the only two European countries that advanced mobile location is not activated. What does that mean is that the mobile phones have the capability of using AML and providing the geolocation, but the 112 center has not activated that capability in Cyprus. So the 112 center in Cyprus does not get the geolocation of the mobile phone when they receive a call. Recent evolutions regarding advanced mobile location involves roaming, also text to 112, and also vertical location is the next big thing. But vertical location is of no use really if you don't have not just the height, but actually what is needed by emergency services is the floor of the building that we're talking about, because in each building, different height of each floor. So additionally, you have to realize that within European Union or handsets, it's mandatory to equip by AML, although, as I told you, both Google and Apple have embedded in their operating system across the globe AML, so that's not an issue. And it is also mandatory that emergency services make use of this technology, and that's why I would like to see Cyprus use AML sooner than later. All those are standardized by European Standards Organization, as you can see at the bottom of this slide. So how does it look like? Well, the SMS look like that. It's actually 127 characters length, and it gives the latitude, the longitude, the radius, and the time of the data gathering, if you like, and the level of confidence. The rest is too technical for you, for me even. But what I want you to keep is that an SMS is sent to the 112 call center, and that SMS can easily be translated on a map and give the precise location. What I mean precise, I will introduce in the following slide. So in a rural area, let's see, in a rural area, net-based location, location by the cell towers, if you like, location by what the mobile network operators can give, in this particular case, has a radius of 2 kilometers. But the same by the handset-based location, the radius is only 6 meters. Let's go from the rural location to the urban area. So here, network-based location, 195 meters, but when we go to the handset-based location by Wi-Fi, the radius closes to 22 meters, and you can easily then identify where the caller is calling from. And I'll give you two real success stories, just so that what you saw in theory, you see it in practice. 112 Estonia, a child that didn't know the exact address, but knew the number on the door of the apartment. So, but the location based by the mobile network operator was completely off, as you can see, whereas the advanced mobile location was much more accurate to the radius of 30 meters. So the houses that you can see in that radius is very, very small, and they were able to locate the child that was calling about his mother being unconscious. Second call, car accident. The location provided by the mobile network operator, there is a large radius, as you can see, of 868 meters, but the radius of the advanced mobile location was 11 meters, and as you can see, it's the crossroad, and exactly at the crossroad where the accident happened. So you can clearly see the benefits of AML, that it is available, functioning, and providing services in order to save lives. I will be happy to answer any questions, and I will also be happy to get questions through email, and you can see the email here, or via social media. Thank you very much for inviting me, and I'm here to answer a question if there is a need for that. Thanks again.
Thank you. Well, Demetri, I just have one very easy question. So what does Cyprus needs to do in order to access to the AML?
Well, the 112 call center is fully aware of the things that needs to be done. As INA, we are happy to provide expertise in connecting with Google and Apple if there is a need. Otherwise, it's really a straightforward procedure for technology personnel that staffs the 112 call center in Cyprus.
Thank you very much. So again,
thank you.
Thank you. So I guess that now we move to the next speaker of our first keynotes presentation that we have here, and we will address another different component of all the infrastructure, again, from Earth observation, GNSS, and now we go to SATCOM. So we have Mr. Yorgos Sinefakis from the European Union Agency for the Space Program, EUSPA, and Yorgos holds the post of GovSatcom Program Manager at the European Union Agency for the Space Program, and is responsible for the management of the GovSatcom component at the EU Space Program. So I will leave the floor to you, and thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you very much, Annalisa. Καλημέρα κυρίες και κύριοι, σας ευχαριστώ για την πρόσκληση. Πάντα είναι ιδιαίτερη χαρά και ευχαρίστηση να βρίσκομαι στην Κύπρο μαζί σας και να συζητάμε διάφορα ενδιαφέροντα πράγματα. So switching back to English, we'll discuss about the GovSatcom component of the EU Space Program. Actually, the EU Space Program has a lot of components. All of them are dealing with situations that have been considered critical from aspects of disaster, either prevention or mitigation or management of disasters. The main things that we want to know before or during a disaster is where we are, how we can communicate with the area, and what is around us. So actually, Copernicus, which has been presented, GovSatcom for communication, Copernicus for what is around me, GovSatcom, how I can communicate, and Galileo and EGNOS, where exactly am I and where are the people that I'm searching for, are the components of the space program that help all disaster management efforts. So in EUSPA, we have a very long tradition in the PNT, positioning, navigation, timing. You all know Galileo and EGNOS, or I guess you should know. And now we are becoming more and more active in the communication area with the GovSatcom component of the EU space program. So why do we need these space-based services? Why do we prefer them in relation to terrestrial services? Because of their availability, their resilience, their stability, and high accuracy. Space-based infrastructure are in place even when a major disaster has happened on the Earth. So this is a reason that they are somehow immune to the disasters that we face here on the surface of Earth. So, coming to the satellite communication, why do they fit the governmental needs, especially for disaster management? Three are the main reasons. There are a lot of them, but three are the main. Their high availability, their resilience, and they're very easy to set up. What do we mean by say high availability and resilience? They are in place even when all the terrestrial telecommunication networks have collapsed or they are malfunctioning due to overloading, because actually the terrestrial networks are designed for overbooking, and in case everyone picks up the phone, it just collapses. This is usual. And also it's very easy to set up. You just have an antenna towards the satellite, and then the terminal is registered and you can connect to the internet or to other telecommunications networks. This is much easier than trying to establish a telecommunication link in an area which has been struck by disaster and everything has been destroyed. The base stations, the fibers have been cut, things like that. So for GovSatcom, three main use case families have been identified so far from the space regulation. The first family of use cases related to crisis management, which is exactly the core of what we're discussing here today. The second one is surveillance, which is more or less also related to disaster, maybe not mitigation in this case, but prevention. And for sure, the key infrastructure family of use cases are surely related with the prevention of disasters. Because when you can when you can monitor and actually communicate with key infrastructures, you avoid disasters or accidents. Now, what is the GovSatcom component of the EU Space program? In a nutshell, just to be very clear, it's pooling and sharing existing satellite capacities and services. So there are many satellite systems today in Europe, some of them commercial, some of them governmental, and the users are picking specific satellites to have services from them. But there's cases where from some satellites you have overbooking or you have lack of capacity, and some other satellites are having capacity. So you need to switch to use another satellite system. So GovSatcom is the solution to this, to provide a platform for governmental users to select satellite services from different sources. So the idea for this is to optimize the match between the supply and the demand, and of course to have security features more advanced that we have today, especially for the commercial systems. Also, it will be possible for the governmental users to select SATCOM services from other governmental systems of European nations, something which is not available today or tomorrow in the commercial market. So this pooling system will be based on a token system, so some tokens will be distributed to all the member states, and each member state will have to prioritize somehow the needs they foresee, the planned needs and the needs that are considered to be emergent in the future but are unknown now, like a wildfire or an earthquake. We don't know this from beforehand. And inform the core of the GovSatcom system, the GovSatcom hub, which we'll present in the next slide. So, just for you to know, this is an implementing act. The colleagues from the ministry know this. It has just finished with the European Commission during the last 1 month. So it's something new. So I'm now addressing especially the emergency forces and the ministry. Be prepared to collect your needs in order to send them back to the European Commission according to this token system. So, three categories of SATCOM resource services will be pooled and shared. The first one is raw capacity service, just megahertz on a transponder in a satellite. The second one is anchored capacity service, transponder capacity, plus some infrastructure on the ground. By saying infrastructure, in this case, we mean a ground station. And the third category is end-to-end service, where you get terminals and you connect to the internet without having to worry about which is the satellite and where is the ground station for this. Now, the core component, the core element of GovSatcom is the GovSatcom hubs, which links the users with the resource providers, meaning the satellite operators and service providers. In EUSPA, we have procured the GovSatcom hubs. We're in the phase of evaluating the tenders, and we'll have the preliminary design within the next year. And we foresee at the end of 2024 to have the first initial services coming from GovSatcom. So be prepared, it's coming, and you have to collect your needs. This is the main message for you. In order to come to this conclusion, to this design of the system, we had a very extensive, let's say, exchange with almost all the member states through the Entrusted project, which was the user network, the governmental SATCOM user network. Cyprus has participated in this. It was quite say active. Thank you very much, Cyprus, for participating and giving your feedback and inputs. And we have taken the outcomes of a very broad consultation with something like 150 answers received from many member states and organizations in order to conclude the designs and decisions that I just told you, especially the implementing acts for GovSatcom and the way that it will be operated. And okay, before concluding, not for GovSatcom, just to remind you that EUSPA is really active on Galileo for the PNT services, and there are more and more services coming, like high accuracy service, the OSNMA, and of course the PRS that you know. So when you are thinking where you are or how to communicate with disaster area, EUSPA has the answers in most of the cases. Thank you very much, and I will be available for any question now or during the break. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yorgos, indeed. And I guess that we will hear way more of the EUSpace program later from your executive director that will join us. So now we have 10 minutes break, so I will not ask any question because I will give you the chance to actually interact with Yorgos and everybody else during the coffee break. We see each other in 10 minutes from now. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, so I invite everybody to sit, to take their place, and we will start back. So you will have additional time to actually discuss the topics that we addressed today. But with no further ado, also for time constraints, I believe we will need to start again. So we will start back by welcoming Mr. Kyriakos Themistokleous, and from the Eratosthenes Center of Excellence of the Cyprus University of Technology. So Kyriakos is Director of the External Affairs and Business Development of the Eratosthenes Center of Excellence and the Project Manager of the Horizon 2020 Teaming Excelsior for establishing a Center of Excellence in Earth Surveillance and Space-Based Monitoring of the Environment. He has been appointed as the national representative for Cyprus for the Copernicus User Forum and the Copernicus Committee. So he will tell us a little bit more about all those activities and Cyprus' capabilities in Earth observation. Kyriakos, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. The introduction is done, so I don't have to introduce myself. I'm going on and say I'm coming from the Eratosthenes Center of Excellence, and today I will explain what we're doing in the Eratosthenes Center of Excellence for the disaster risk management and different activities. Just a brief introduction where we are coming from as a Center of Excellence. We started in 2007 from the Cyprus University of Technology under the Department of Civil Engineering and Geomatics Department of the university. In 2017, we created the Eratosthenes Research Center under the university, the Cyprus University of Technology. And in 2019, we made an application into the European Committee, into the teaming project, the Horizon teaming, in order to be funded, in order to create an autonomous Center of Excellence in Cyprus. So we got in 2019, the project is called Excelsior. So we got 15 million euros, we were funded 15 million euros by the European Committee and 15 million euros by the Cyprus government and 8 million from the Cyprus University of Technology in order to create the Center of Excellence. Today, after 4 years of working with the project, it's a 7-year project. We have 60 researchers, 60 employees, and now we are going into the next phase of getting about 120 people in the Center of Excellence. What we're doing in the center is we work in different applications and different sectors. We have 3 departments: the environment and climate, that we deal more with the environment, atmosphere, agriculture, water, and land. With a resilient society, and that's where we're here today, we deal with the disaster risk reduction, and we're working in a lot of applications into that. Of course, cultural heritage, access to energy, and marine safety and security, which are important research subjects in the Center of Excellence. And we have another department, the Big Earth Data Analytics, that we work with information extraction, visual exploration, crowdsourcing, and geomatics. So we have, into these 3 different departments, we have different areas of that we're working, especially with managing the infrastructure that we're getting into the research areas. Education, this is something that we're working with the parallel with the Cyprus University of Technology in order to provide masters and PhDs, and also skills development, creating a skills development center in order to provide for the community training. And the entrepreneurship program that we have, now we're creating an incubation center, and we're trying to get that knowledge of research back to creating startups, spin-offs, and so on. So this is what we do. We have one of the major pillars is the disaster risk reduction that we'll see today. And just before I continue, just to see the infrastructure that we're getting a data acquisition station that you can see here. It will be located in CETA premises in Makarios. And this is something that will give capabilities to Cyprus, because now we're going to have an almost real-time acquisition. That is really important for the risk reduction and risk management, that will be able to get real-time satellite images, just download straight here in Cyprus, process here in Cyprus, and monitor all the disaster risk events that we have. Also, we have a LiDAR system, a ground-based station. It's a LiDAR system that we get the profile of the atmosphere. We send a laser beam 50 kilometers up to the, almost to the stratosphere, and we get the whole profile of the atmosphere, including dust, fires, smoke from fires, dust that is coming from Sahara, and so on. So this is like the major infrastructure we're getting. We also, as I said before, we're hiring a lot of people, and a lot of you, if you're researchers here, you want to please watch our webpage. We're hiring a lot of people, and we'll be gladly to have a lot of hire a lot of the people that they're interested in remote sensing and satellite Earth observation. We are building a building within the Cyprus University of Technology is supporting us and providing us facilities in order to house our researchers. And also, as I said before, we have a lot of activities including into this. Just to go into the disaster risk, we're doing a lot of research into the disaster area. We're doing systematic monitoring and geohazard, forest fires, burn area mapping, soil erosion, soil degradation, floods monitoring, epidemics and health, impact assessment, disaster management, early warning systems, and decision support systems. So we have a gamma of different research areas. We have a lot of projects. We just got through the Horizon, twinning area. The AI Observer is a project that will give us the abilities to apply artificial intelligence for the disaster risk area. And this is important, and now artificial intelligence is the way forward. Everybody, everybody deals with that. So this is a capability that will give us a lot of advancements in Cyprus. We have another two projects, Triguerta and Enigma, that is more in the cultural heritage area. We're working on rockfall for Triguerta, and Enigma we're working on looting and any other areas using satellite imagery. And also we have another project that we're creating a holistic platform for forest management and monitoring, especially for fires. So these are projects that we are doing right now. We're working on it. And also we're creating a lot of applications, and I'm going to show 4 different application areas that we're creating with soil moisture detection from space, dam development tools from space, risk assessment, tool for displacement, fires and floods, systematic update of landslide inventory, geohazards, fires, again, floods, and other platforms that they have to do with decision support. A lot of stakeholders that we're working and we cooperate, a lot of government departments that we are visiting and talking about different issues and how we can implement the problems that we have into these platforms and these observatories that we're creating. This is the Geohazards Observatory. Here we're working a lot with earthquake impact assessment and mapping. That's where, and I think Annalisa presented at the beginning the problems with breaches, but earthquakes, and we're in earthquake zone here in Cyprus. There are a lot of problems that we have to use technologies like with SAR, with radar images in order to get a millimeter accuracy and looking at the different movements micro movements that we have in the areas. Here you can see some of the images from the Paphos area in Cyprus. And we're using a lot of technology, especially Google Earth Engine and other platform and artificial intelligence that we're doing right now in order to process these images. And here you can see different results from rapid landslide identification using Sentinel-2 satellite images. And also here you can see some of the landslides from the road from Limassol and Paphos that we had a lot of problems here in Cyprus for this reason. So we are monitoring a lot of, and we're using different methods. We're using methods, for example, for bi-temporal change detection by using 2 different SAR images and trying to identify change, and multi-temporary change detections using persistent scattering and any other methods that will give us that millimeter accuracy that we want. Here you can see examples from here from different villages, Pedoulas, Pyrgos, Paraklisha. We can see here, like a different identification of using ascending and descending of Sentinel-1 images. And of course, we're using other radar images like Cosmos Skymet from Italy and so on, trying to see how we can get with multi-temporary events using the landslides, as I said before, between Paphos and Limassol in order to identify. And of course, using multi-criteria decision analysis that we introduce different type of other thematic areas. For example, seismicity, faults, synchros, quarries, and so on, and just trying to monitor and get different results. Following on, the Fires Observatory. This is another observatory we're creating. Here you can see from the recent fire in Raqqa Pass area that we were able to monitor and analyze the fire extent of the burn area estimation and mapping of the whole fire area that it was done. So there's a lot of capabilities that we're getting in order to have not only real time, but after the fire, trying to see if we can get different type of information from these fires. This is the National Forest Park in Dalias in Greece that we work in cooperation with the Aristotelia University. Here you can see some of the severity index and even the post-fire events, trying to understand and analyze images of and estimate the forest regeneration after the fire events, which is really important again, is not only the destruction, but what we do after the fires, which is they're really important. And not only that, trying to use a different type of tools. For example, here you can see active fires that we get every 15 minutes from NASA, from the VIIRS and FIRST platforms, in order to see, at the time of the fire, what is happening, where the smoke is going. And you can see fires from Turkey here, how they're affecting, the smoke is affecting the Cyprus area. So it's not only the... go on with the Floods Observatory, trying to be in time. Here, with the rapid expansion, especially the urban expansion, we have to monitor where, the rivers. Here in Cyprus, whenever you go and see a river, usually it's dry all around the year. But whenever we get rapid rain and participation here in Cyprus, we have events like floods. And this is something that we see now with climate change, that the rules are changing of the climate. So we're getting a lot of rain whenever we don't expect, or we don't get any rain where we expect that is raining. So there's a lot of here, a lot of research, a lot of, and we're creating an observatory just to see and identify these areas. And because this is like, the public safety that we're concerned, we're trying to see if there's any work that it needs to be done in order to avoid these flooding events. And this is something that we're working into identifying this disaster. Just finishing, and this is my last example, cultural heritage. We're talking about 11,000 years of history here in Cyprus. So everywhere we dig, there's a cultural heritage, a lot of Tourists are coming to Cyprus, and this is the #1 industry here in Cyprus. In order, the tourists, they come here to enjoy our sun, our beaches, but also visit and experience the cultural heritage. That will be a presentation that Athos later on will give more, so I'm not going to expand a lot into this area. But here I have an example with Nicosia that we work with the Antiquities Department right now in order to secure the safety of the visitors during the site. In Nicosia, we have here a steep cliff that is happening at the right side of the site that the visitors, they usually climb in order to visit. But there is also, examining if there's any risk of rock falls into the site. So we're using here methods like persistent scattering in order to monitor any movements and any potential rock fall in order to secure the safety of the visitors in the site. Here you can see the methodology. We're using ISAR monitoring. We're trying to identify here the hazards, and we also visit the sites. We're using methods like with drones, laser scanning, and so on in order to see all these movements. So we're doing a lot of data acquisition, a lot of data processing, a lot of data modeling, and also we're trying to manage all this data in order to get results and do mitigation actions. So this is really important, that we do, especially in the area of cultural heritage. I would like to thank you. I'm in time, 1 minute before. Thank you very much. I also, if you have any questions, any collaboration that you think that you might be work with our Center of Excellence later in the, in the break, I'll be happy to talk to you and find any possible cooperation. Thank you very much.
Yes, indeed, Kyriakos. I wanted to ask you just very rapidly. You mentioned a lot of different services. So you have the fire and the floods observatory and also the cultural heritage one. So how do you interact with national users here on the territory? Like, do you have any sort of open channel in order to distribute images, in order to provide information, or this is not yet the case?
We have a lot of events that we're doing. We're really good into public dissemination. And we have a lot of events. We recently had a conference that we invited all the stakeholders, and also we invited researchers from around the world in order to present the state-of-the-art activities that are going on now in Earth observation. But also we go and visit the stakeholders. We go visit different government departments. We are open. We usually publish in newspapers, TV, radio, and so on in order to get that exposure that the public needs and the awareness also in order to start using these tools whenever we get them available. And also having, trying to collect the problems. The problems are really important because you can't create tools like this if you're not aware of the problems that they exist.
Indeed, like co-creation and co-design methodologies are very key when we talk about satellite Earth observation, but also other kind of applications. So indeed, we invite everybody that is in the room today that are working indeed in the field to actually, go and talk with Kyriakos here and all our speakers afterwards to better understand how you can use those kind of information. So thank you very much, and we move to the next speaker that indeed goes on specifying certain kind of national capabilities here in Cyprus. So I will ask to Chris Danezis from the Cyprus University of Technology to come here on the stage. So Chris is actually an associate professor of geodesy at the Cyprus University of Technology, the Department of Civil Engineering and Geomatics. He's the director of the Laboratory of Geodesy and the coordinator of the Cyclops, the Cyprus continuously operating natural hazard monitoring and prevention system for strategic research infrastructure units. So, Chris, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. My name is Chris. I'm an associate professor of geodesy at the Cyprus University of Technology Department of Civil Engineering and Geomatics, and my presentation today will report the latest developments on Cyclops. So, what is Cyclops? Cyclops is a strategic research infrastructure unit co-funded by the European Union and the Republic of Cyprus with 1 million euros, with main objectives to promote the study of solid earth processes and geohazards in Cyprus and the broader MENA region, establish a novel calibration and validation site to further promote and enhance the use of current and future Earth observation satellite missions, augment the existing geodetic and geophysical infrastructure, and in any case, support and promote critical geodetic and space initiatives. We're two main partners in this, us, Cyprus University of Technology and Eratosthenes, and the German Aerospace Center, DLR, and we hold the support of critical national stakeholders and European strategic research infrastructures, such as the European Plate Observing System, EPOS. Now, Cyprus exhibits a significant seismic risk and an intense seismic activity. Furthermore, we have landslides, severe ones, that have already impacted gravely the national safety and economy. So, current infrastructure for monitoring natural hazards is limited to mostly conventional equipment. Specifically in Cyprus, there are two national GNSS networks that provide real-time positioning services addressed mainly to surveyors and are comprised of Tier 3 stations, meaning GNSS stations, meaning they're not suitable for the formation monitoring activities. Now, Cyclops utilizes the two most prominent Earth observation technologies, global navigation satellite systems and space-based synthetic aperture radars. GNSS provide us with millimeter-level deformation, displacement and velocity and ground motion velocity information referring at a single point on the physical surface, whereas SAR provides centimeter to millimeter level deformation products with a higher resolution, but limited to the east-west direction and the vertical component. Now, the concept behind Cyclops was to bridge these two technologies by having them work together in a co-located fashion. This is carried out actually by means of Tier 1, or Class A as we call them in the GNSS language, GNSS permanent stations, and specifically designed structures called corner reflectors, which are mainly highly backscattering targets for radars. GNSS may assist SAR by providing very critical atmospheric and geodynamic information to correct its measured ranges actually, yielding in this way a service which will provide deformation products, very reliable deformation products on a continuous basis. Cyclops is formed by two main components, a multi-parametric network of sensors, abbreviated MPN, and the operation center. The MPN is formed again by two segments, the permanent segment and the mobile segment. The permanent segment is comprised by a co-location of Class A GNSS permanent stations, precise weather stations, tilt meters, and an array of corner reflectors. Please note that most of the permanent segment stations co-locate with seismographs of the National Seismological Network, which in essence yields multiple super sites around Cyprus for monitoring natural hazards. The mobile segment is comprised by a multitude of sensors, for which I'm going to refer in my next slides, which are mainly deployed in areas of interest. Now, when it comes to monitoring geohazards, precision and reliability are of utmost importance. We need monitoring stations as stable as possible, which serve as reference points with respect to which displacements and deformation in areas of interest will be estimated. So, the reference GNSS equipment, and specifically the antenna, must be positioned on top of very, very stable monuments. UNAVCO, a consortium formed by the United States National Science Foundation, NASA, and other world-renowned organizations and institutes, have classified the stability of GNSS monumentation into high stability, as the quadboard you see on the far left, medium to high, and medium stability, as the station you see here. This station is Nicosia. It's the only IGS EPN station in Cyprus, and it's operated by the German Federal Agency for Geodesy and Cartography, not a Cypriot agency. The permanent segment is currently comprised of 6 sites throughout Cyprus. The number will increase in due course. Each site features a state-of-the-art high-rate GNSS receiver, a precise weather station and tilt meter, along with 2 corner reflectors, trihedral triangular corner reflectors, in opposite-facing configuration to account for both the ascending and descending passes of the SAR satellites, and specifically Sentinel-1. In this way, 50% more data are available for the formation monitoring applications. Note that all these sensors co-locate, they are solar-powered, and they have the required communication redundancy. Our GNSS monumentation standards adhere to the most stringent UNAFCO specs. We went for high-stability monuments. In our case, 2 types of monuments were used, the quadbot that you see previously, and a specifically designed stainless steel truss, which achieves sub-millimetric vibration at wind speeds of 140 kilometers an hour. That is very, very stable. And this is a picture of one of our stations already operating in Asgata, in Cyprus. Here you can see the shallow drill brace quadbot. And another picture of one of our stations in Suni, which is the stainless steel truss that we designed. Now, our corner reflectors have been specifically designed to enable flexibility in their orientation and thus support all current and future SAR satellite missions. Now, the anchoring of our corner reflectors has also been addressed to align completely with the GNSS monumentation requirements, meaning they are anchored in solid bedrock. One note here is that our corner reflectors are calibration grade, and they were designed in collaboration with DLR, so, which means that we share the same quality of equipment with the one used throughout their worldwide application network. And this is a picture of one of our corner reflectors in Alevga, northwestern of Cyprus. One note here is, here actually you can see the impact of installing a corner reflector on a Sentinel-1 acquisition before and after. And one note here is that we monitor continuously our corner reflector performance to avoid the potential decrease of backscattering performance. The location of the Cyclops stations can be seen as red triangle in this map, along with the reference stations of the 2 national GNSS networks. As you see, they augment nicely the existing geodetic infrastructure. And the determination of the exact location of the GNSS sensors and the SAR corner reflectors was not a trivial task. It was carried out using a semi-automatic GIS-based multi-criteria methodology developed by the Laboratory of Geodesy, taking into account a multitude of parameters, such as the underlying geology, the slope and the orientation of the area, critical radar parameters, and so on. Our initial validation results proved very successful, and this methodology actually was published in the open access journal Remote Sensing, for those of you who wish to receive more details on this process. So coming to the mobile segment, is comprised by 5 GNSS receivers and antennas, weather stations and tilt meters of the same grade as in the permanent segment. All the equipment is mounted on specifically designed platforms, practically unbiased by thermal expansion or contraction effects. These are the stations deployed at the areas of interest. And apart from that, we have laser scanners, tactical grade UAV zones to complement the whole equipment. And last but not least, 2 electronic corner reflectors, which represent the latest development in the world of SAR, densify the number of scatterers, and enable high-accuracy SAR processing at the areas of interest. Here you can see several deployments of our mobile stations in mines, at house roofs, archaeological sites, and so on. A few words regarding our IT infrastructure. We have designed a scalable cluster made of 2 physical machines. The most important thing here to note is that in case of failure, let's say, of a malfunction of one of the 2 physical machines, the system will be up and running on the other machine in less than a minute, thereby enabling seamless operation of the infrastructure. Finally, the telecommunications and all energy components of all stations are monitored on a real-time basis. We have enabled alerts to know actually when a battery needs to be replaced, or if a solar panel, for instance, is stolen, or something like that. In case of such a scenario, we have a time window, let's say, of 5 days of uninterruptible system operation in order to replace the faulty or missing component. Now, coming to the real-time services, we offer a real-time displacement monitoring service operating mainly using precise point positioning and double differencing GNSS techniques. A real-time atmospheric service which yields actually the conditions of the troposphere and the ionosphere activity. And our post-processing services, with respect to GNSS post-processing, our computation workflow is centered around Bernese GNSS 5.4, which is the standard software for GNSS processing, along with in-house developed software in order to derive daily station coordinates, tropospheric and ionospheric products, and perform analysis to determine short-term or long-term deformation. Last but not least, with respect to SAR processing, our initial workflow was implemented using open source software, but is currently undergoing a design phase by being coupled with in-house developed software and centered around the state-of-the-art software used by the most prominent research institute around the globe, which is gamma remote sensing. One thing to note here is that the above processing products from GNSS are used to calibrate SAR observations prior to be processed in our SAR observation workflow. 3 case studies were carried out in the case of Cyclops. Cyclops has been fully operated since the end of July 2021. The first activity revolved around the determination of the precise coordinates of SIPOS, of the 7 stations of SIPOS, in both ITRF 2014 and ETRF 2014. SIPOS is the national GNSS RTK network operated by the Department of Lands and Surveys, and this represented an important contribution of our infrastructure towards the government. Now, as you can see, we can observe horizontal velocities at the order of 2.5 centimeters per year, along with some interesting findings with respect to the vertical velocities of 2 of the stations, which may jeopardize the positioning performance of the overall system, unless they're taken care of. To date, we have managed to detect and map new or existing landslides throughout Cyprus. We can see examples from the district of Paphos, a case of the largest open pit mine in Cyprus, which represents a significant challenging environment for SAR processing, and finally the Pissouri village. The Pissouri village gathered international interest because of the impact it had on properties owned by Cypriots and the foreign nationals. Our team managed to estimate accurately the landslide velocity. We have installed a total number of 6 GNSS mobile stations there. 2 of them were installed outside the sliding zone, CUT3 and CUT4, on the, I don't know where the laser is, and 4 of them within the sliding zone. The ones outside the sliding zone were acting as the reference stations, whereas in order to validate the results. These results proved, the results we obtained so far proved very impressive. These results are unpublished ongoing work, so please, no pictures here. This is an example of the rate of the ground motion observed in one of the 4 receivers positioned within the sliding zone. What you see here is the daily variation of the 3D vector between the reference point of the reference points CAT3 and one of the points we are investigating, PIS1, and you can see that the ground motion has reached 9.3 millimeters per week in February 2023. Okay, on the right side, you can see the decomposition of the 3D vector into its northeast stab components. The results were cross-validated against the second reference station, and please note, they're exactly the same as you can see. Please note, this is not a simple coordinate difference. This is a result of a daily network adjustment process. And things are getting far worse with respect to the second point in Pissouri, PIS2, as the displacement rate reached 12.5 millimeters again per week. This is immense. Now, Finally, the top left image is derived from the European Ground Motion Service, EGMS, a critical project of the utmost significance for all the whole of the European Union. Nevertheless, as you can see at the image above, the sliding zone misses information. And this is absolutely natural because of the very dynamic character of the landslide. On the image below, you can see the vectors as computed by GNSS. Now, we have concluded processing scenarios. Virtually, we did all scenarios in there, which are going to be published really soon. So the conclusions derived by this endeavor was that GNSS and SAR must be coupled if one needs accurate and reliable results. That's a fact. To sum up, Cyclops has the required infrastructure to contribute to GMS and assist the filling of similar gaps throughout Cyprus. Cyprus is already contributing to the European Permanent Observing System, the European Strategic Infrastructure, and will begin shortly contributing to the CEOS Calibration and Validation Workgroup. So after a 4-year race, we humbly think that we have done everything we could towards the formation of a state-of-the-art infrastructure, which hopefully will contribute its fair share towards the promotion of Cyprus in the space arena. And with that, I would like to thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris, for the presentation. And I wanted just to highlight indeed the relevance and the importance of integrating in situ observation to validate satellite data in this kind of context. And while, we are here changing, I would like to welcome our delegation that was actually at the search and rescue exercise. Also, just showcasing the importance and the accuracy of Galileo. Well, I will take up, if there's any burning question for Chris here, I will take one and then we move forward to the next speaker. I don't see anyone, so Chris, thank you again very much, and I will invite everybody to actually talk to him during the coffee break. So moving forward to the next presentation of Dr. Athos Agapiou, which I invite here to take the floor, is an assistant professor in the Department of Civil Engineering and Geoinformatics of the Cyprus University of Technology and the coordinator of the research activities of the EU Cult Laboratory, the Earth Observation Cultural Heritage Lab, and since 2022 is the deputy director of the UNESCO Chair of Digital Cultural Heritage. So he will talk a little bit more about how Earth observation is contributing to monitor and maintain cultural heritage sites. So Athos, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Kalimera. Good morning to everyone. I am Athos Agapiou. I'm assistant professor at the Cyprus University of Technology with research interests dealing with Earth observation and remote sensing for cultural heritage. So in the next few minutes, I will try to present you some aspects dealing with the disaster risk management cycle and especially focus for cultural heritage and what has been going on in the last year in our university. But before I start, I think it is important to understand the context and how Copernicus services can be exploited to support cultural heritage. To start with, we have to recall and to remember the study released by the European Commission in 2018, 5 years ago, entitled Copernicus Services in Cultural Heritage. In that study, end users, such as policymakers, researchers, and responsible authorities from Europe, including Cyprus as well, replied to targeted questions related to the potential use and how Copernicus could be fitted to address cultural heritage needs. Based on those findings, 50% of the end users reported that their requirements could be covered or partially covered by the Copernicus program or the Copernicus contributing missions. Copernicus contributing missions means high-resolution satellite data that are accessible through the Copernicus umbrella. Nevertheless, we have to keep in mind that the rest 50% reported that the end-user requirements could not be fully covered by the Copernicus program. So, on one hand, we have The space ICT component and the experts in this field focus on Earth observation and the technological evolution of the Copernicus program. And on the other hand, we have the potential end users that could benefit from space-based applications. Several reports have argued the need to increase the awareness level and to promote the potential benefits from space-based applications, and this could be done through targeted, jointly designed applications. Today, we can see an increased number of applications for cultural heritage, especially for heritage monitoring and management. This has been strongly motivated by the freely and open data policy of the European Copernicus program. At the same time, we have seen recent developments in the domain of image processing, such as big data cloud platforms and artificial intelligence image processing methods. But again, we have to admit that this technological shift remains in a scientific and theoretical sphere, at least in Cyprus, and much more is needed to have seamless applications and implementations by national bodies and responsible authorities for heritage applications. Now, concerning the disaster risk management cycle, we can see a significant overlap between potential use of satellite datasets, including Copernicus satellites, for supporting the different phases of the disaster risk management cycle, as these have been reported by the international bodies like UNESCO and ICOMOS. In a recently published study, we have reported in detail the potential contribution of Earth observation, which includes satellites and low-altitude systems, for each step of the disaster risk management cycle, related either to the preparedness, response, recovery, or mitigation actions. Of course, the already existing 6 thematic Copernicus-based services can partially cover some aspects of the disaster risk management cycle for cultural heritage. We mustn't forget some fundamental basic properties that satellite observation provides. That include, among others, systematic and diachronic observation, the wide spatial extent of recording, the free or low cost of datasets, the remote monitoring, as well as products that can be immediately used to support other needs, as the case we have seen before with the Imagersy. And if we want to see the wider context where we stand today, we have to recall the concept of digital Earth, digital twins. Today, we often find that we have more information that we know what to do with. Today, we have more digital data as never before in the past. The hard part is not getting new data. The hard part is to take advantage of this flood of geospatial information and make it worthy and valuable to end users and, of course, to the society. For people that are not familiar with remote sensing and satellite observation for cultural heritage, it is surprising to see how well adapted space-based research is fitted to archaeological and cultural heritage science, especially in Europe. In this map, you can see only a fragment of what is going on in Europe some years ago, as well as how many different sensors, including Sentinel missions, were used for heritage applications. Looking at the scientific landscape, remote sensing technologies have been used either alone or in a synergistic way with other technologies for cultural heritage applications, while the majority of them fit under the different steps of the disaster risk management cycle. Now, very briefly, I will present you some applications related to the disaster risk management cycle carried out by team members of the Earth Observation Cultural Heritage Lab established at the Cyprus University of Technology. The focus of the lab is to develop and apply Earth observation remote sensing methods to better explore and to better understand archaeological landscapes by systematic mapping and image processing analysis. Applications are particularly extended from observations of single monuments to archaeolandscapes and their diachronic changes. For these applications, we use both optical or radar images, including Copernicus, of course, and other high-resolution satellite sensors supported by UAV campaigns and ground measurements. The research group focuses on two main research areas that I will explain in a while. The so-called site detection, and heritage monitoring. Both these topics involve several other research directions that we will see in a while. Site detection refers to the discovery of buried archaeological remains or archaeological proxies, as we prefer to mention them, using space-based applications. Shallow buried remains, which are still unknown, can be observed in satellite imageries as stretched vegetation, the so-called crop marks phenomenon. Site detection is very important for disaster risk management cycle, as it can help us to understand and map the wider context of an area. Although spatial resolution is a significant parameter to observe archaeological proxies, we can still exploit medium resolution satellite data, as those of Copernicus, to detect buried archaeological remains. In this slide, you can see a recent study focusing on the detection of the largest known Bronze Age earthworks in Europe, which was really successful, indicating unknown areas and proxies to archaeologists working in the site. New buildings and earthworks never spotted before in the past have now been mapped for the first time using open, freely distributed data. Similar studies have been carried out in other sites as well, and we are still in progress for new discoveries. Another example for the detection of Neolithic settlements using high-resolution imagery is the case you see in this slide. Targeted research needs to be done to optimize the overall approach for defining specific time windows or spectral windows that are most suitable for specific areas with archaeological interest. The synergistic use of both ESA and NASA satellite missions, like those on Landsat and Sentinel, have been applied for the archaeological site of Nea Paphos here in Cyprus, an UNESCO World Heritage Site. The integration of both sensors was reported as a Sentinel success story, providing evidence of how Copernicus data can support heritage management. Moving on from site detection to site monitoring, we can list a series of hazards and how satellite observation can be used to map and monitor different threats for heritage sites and landscapes. Here you can see an example from the analysis of satellite images aiming to map the urbanization process, the urban sprawl from the city of Paphos. To do so, we have applied supervised machine learning classification, and the results have indicated a 300% increase of urban areas in the last 30 years. Similar findings were also reported in other cities of Cyprus as well. This increase of urbanization has an impact on heritage sites and protection zones of archaeological sites. A similar study was carried out recently for the case study of Limassol. Using radar Sentinel-1 data, visualization and change detection techniques, we managed to map vertical urban expansions. Using the recent sky towers phenomenon that is taking place in the last years in Cyprus and specifically in Limassol can be mapped using Sentinel-1 time series data. Here you can see differences observed year by year starting by 2015 to 2020 for the city of Limassol. These results can be validated and cross-checked remotely using Earth observation cloud platforms, while specific indices can inform us about the time when this change took place. The results show areas that have significant change in the last 5 years. In practice, the map provides changes in the VV and the VH polarization of the Sentinel-1 sensor for the period 2015 to 2020. These changes are highlighted in the map with the yellow square you see here, while you can see the location of the Amathus site. Urban expansion can be also linked with the increase of the land surface temperature of an area. In an ongoing research project that we are involved, we are studying the fluctuations of the land surface temperature over the city of Limassol and the old center of Strovolos in Nicosia. In this project, we provide information for both areas since 2012 with approximately 2 observations per month. This multi-temporal analysis is linked with the traditional buildings and their environment, and this information is now transferred into a historical building information modeling online platform, an HBIM, that will be used by the local authorities. The satellite-based observations are connected with 3D models and ground information and will be used for energy efficiency for the traditional buildings. Moving to fires, in this slide you can see an interesting example of how Copernicus program can be used to monitor the fire intensity in a recent fire event in Orinilla Larnakas in 2021. With the support of the German Aerospace Center, DLR, Sentinel-3, Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2 were used to automatically map the fire spread and then measure the fire intensity. Using this information, along with georeference data and GIS environment, one might have almost a near real-time service for heritage management. Changes due to technological accidents, such as those of the event of Beirut, have been also carried out. The UN Cultural Agency, UNESCO, was warning about the more than 60 historic buildings that were at risk of collapse after the blast. Again, using Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2, we were able to map in a very short time the damaged areas and provide a general overview of the destruction and affected areas. The damage proxy map produced here was aligned with those provided by the NASA area team and the German Aerospace Center team. Lastly, combining Sentinel-1 images, we can detect ground displacements, which are very helpful, especially after strong earthquakes, as you have seen before and you will see afterwards with Skevi, or if we have landslides. Here you can see an example of how we can detect small displacements after a 5.6 magnitude scale earthquake event near Pavon and important archaeological sites of the area. All these geospatial data, especially those generated from satellite sensors, can have a great importance for heritage monitoring and preservation. This idea is behind now a new funded Horizon Europe program aiming to bring together expertise from the geoinformatics domain blended with the civil engineering and archaeologists. New services, only recently released, like those of the European Ground Motion Service, can be used not only to detect ground displacement, but also to support definitive element models, FEM, developed by civil engineers. In your right hand, you can see an example of how this information from space and using 3D modeling documentation techniques can be used to understand the stability of Tomb 4 at the Tombs of the Kings, an UNESCO archaeological site. So today, we have an unparalleled opportunity to turn a flood of raw data into understandable information about our society and our planet. Of course, this will not happen overnight. In conclusion, and I would like to be my message to you, which is aligned also with the scope of this workshop organized today. We need to develop a roadmap to provide solutions for the integration of satellite-based services to decision makers and institutions and increase awareness. Working together, we can help to solve many of the most important problems, including those of cultural heritage. This is really important when emergency and disasters are reported. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Athos, for bringing all those examples of what you're doing to preserve our cultural heritage here in Cyprus. I actually will take one question, if there's any from the audience. Otherwise, I will thank you for the presentation, and I stress also on the need of, again, co-design and co-creation. So the satellite-based solutions are customizable, and they're actually really addressing actual needs when they are created based on your needs. So that's why we are here today, not only to present the possibilities offered by Copernicus and all the European infrastructure, but also to engage with you and to make sure that you are actually telling us your needs and how we can do things together. So thank you very much. From here, we will move to the next speaker, who is Skevi Perdikku. Hopefully, again, I pronounce it correctly. So Skevi has the role of technology manager at GeoFam, a company specializing in advanced geotechnical finite element modeling and satellite remote sensing. She's coordinating like several innovation projects on satellite remote sensing application in civil engineering and for the European Space Agency and other, European funding bodies. Today, she will present a little bit how satellite remote sensing can support to monitor the impact of climate change on our infrastructure. So thank you very much, Skevi. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here with you today, and congratulations to the organizers for this great event today. So my presentation today will be on addressing the impact of climate change on infrastructure using space technology. I will talk first about what I call the Great Infrastructure Challenge. I will then present to you some case studies of monitoring infrastructure and the effects of climate change using examples mainly from Cyprus. And then I will talk a little bit about how we incorporate the space-derived data with artificial intelligence and other data from different sources in order to develop susceptibility assessment to different types of geohazards, and how this is very useful for climate change and also for a reduction of carbon footprint. First, a few words about our company. The company was established in 2007 to offer services in three main areas, in geotechnical engineering, in satellite remote sensing, and in GIS. And at the beginning, when people look at these three areas, they seem very different, but actually they are not, because we use our expertise in civil and geotechnical engineering and in satellite remote sensing, because we have this understanding of the behavior of the ground and the infrastructure, enables us a better understanding and interpretation of the satellite-derived information. Before this, I would say that as a company, we do a lot of projects that allows us to develop innovative products, mainly through either European Space Agency projects or European funded projects, or projects from the Research and Innovation Foundation in Cyprus. And also a lot of commercial projects, mainly for monitoring infrastructure in either in the US, South Africa, or Europe. So what is the Great Infrastructure Challenge? The infrastructure globally is aging, with most of it being more than 50 or even 70 years old. We have heavier use of the infrastructure than ever before. And also, due to the increase of global population, we have settlement of population in hazardous areas many times. We have climate change that is causing an increase in the occurrence of geohazards. We have not only geohazards, we have flooding events, we have landslides, and all these are damaging our infrastructure today. And we have declining budgets of the managing agencies. On top of that, we have reduced labor-skilled engineers, which means for all these reasons, it is very important to find efficient and effective ways of monitoring our infrastructure and develop early warnings. Now, why use space technologies? Space technologies are more economical than visual inspection of the whole of our assets, or also for, compared to in situ instrumentation, because of their wide coverage of, with one single analysis. They are a faster method, because you can cover dozens of kilometers in a single analysis, is more accurate than visual inspection. There is high frequency of data, with data available every few days. It's a non-disruptive method. You don't need to shut your roads and rails, for example. It's automated, and it is the only method that offers retrospective analysis. And this is a very important information, because if you have historic information, it means you can detect the trends and you can know today what has been happening to your asset and take action before even the problem becomes visual to the human eye. Now, what type of information do we receive from the satellite data? We work both with optical and radar data. We use, I'm going to present here some examples from the radar data we use SAR data, and we extract information regarding the amplitude and the phase difference. And the amplitude, we have developed algorithms to associate the amplitude with moisture of the ground. And the phase difference is used for measuring the displacement. Now some applications. This is, I'm going to talk about Bisuuri as well, like the previous speakers. This is what are called the original or old landslide in the center of Bisuuri. So, and how this is related to climate change. This landslide was triggered during the winter of 2001-2002. And we had damages of the road and the housing in that area. And a few years after the landslide, there have been mitigation works. What we can see here, this is the IGIS platform. It's an infrastructure asset management platform we have developed, which enables the users to obtain data of their assets near real time. So what we can see here is for that landslide, it shows here in green are the areas that are stable, and in yellow, orange, and red colors are the position of the points that have increased movements. So this is the old landslide that I just showed you, and what we can see is that we can see an increased movement outside the landslide, where you can see the orange and red dots. So in the example here, you can see the extraction of displacement data in a table format, in a graphical format. For example, this point here, it's been moving with 6 millimeters per year. You can see the blue dot here, and also another point to the north that is stable. So what information we can get from this data near real time is that the extent of the problem, we can see the magnitude of the problem, and it is very important because we might not even be able to see the cracks on the buildings, but we know how this problem extends into different zones. And all this is in a very secure way. You can enter the platform and see your asset. Now I will show some slides from the Limnes. This is another landslide, a well-known case in Bisuuri. This was triggered later on during the winter 2012, I believe, 2012-2013. And this is associated exactly with the climate change because most landslides are triggered from rainfall. So it's very important, as I said, to be able to react quickly and identify the landslides that have been triggered due to rainfall events, which is more important due to climate change these days. So I will show some of the results. What we can see here is the horizontal displacement using data between March 2016 to March 2018. With blue color, we can see strong movements in excess of 190 millimeters over that period. And we can see very high movements, horizontal movements around the center of the landslide. And this is another, a bit more recent analysis using Sentinel-1 data showing the line of sight displacements between June 2017 to December 2019. We have used a more advanced technique than the PS here, a distributed scatter technique, to enable us to get data within the landslide. which enables to also see the acceleration and the non-uniform displacements. And again, you can see movements in all the landslide, in all the area, with strongest movements shown in the center, shown in blue. And this is in agreement also with published work by Hern et al. In 2018, which shows a faster rate of movement confined in the central part of the slope. Now we'll show another example. Here is an example of how you can monitor assets like the dams. And it's very good because with one single analysis, Cyprus is a small country, you can cover all your dams. And why is it important to do that? It's important because there are a lot of landslides in Cyprus. So we need to know if any of these landslides are triggered to affect our dams. Also, being in a seismic zone, it's important to make sure that our dams are in good condition. What we can see here in red are the points with faster movement. This is the red points are concentrated at the highest points along the dam, which is normal to expect higher movements there. And in no way I imply there is a problem here. It's quite normal to have some movements on dams, but it is also important to monitor them. So there's no problem with this specific dam, but it's interesting to see the detection of slow movement along the dam. And this is another example and how this is related to climate change. This is an example of movements in the Aglangia High School in Nicosia. So what we can see here, we can see these graphs showing up and down movements. And this is due to the occurrence of swelling clays in the area. Swelling clays is a particular type of clay that has a characteristic of showing uplift and subsidence. Uplift due to the rainfall and subsidence due to the dry season. So if we have droughts, then this might cause increased subsidence on the ground. If we have a winter with a lot of rain, you might expect to have a high uplift. So that's why it's very important, again, because these things are changing due to climate change, to be able to get this type of information about our infrastructure. And here I would like to show what we have been developing. We are using, as I said at the beginning, this satellite technology combined with other type of information and artificial intelligence to develop susceptibility assessment to different geohazards. So I showed displacement data. We also use soil moisture data derived from satellites combined with data from different other sources. And with AI, we have developed susceptibility assessment to landslides, sinkholes, and swelling clays. So this is a map showing the susceptibility to landslides. In red, you see areas with high susceptibility, orange moderate susceptibility, yellow low susceptibility. And this is very important, again, because these landslide inventories exist on government scale, but to update such a map, it takes years because it requires a lot of in situ work with conventional methods. Using satellite technology, we are able to update such maps with every season to be able to show which new landslides have been triggered. So in that way, you can move faster in doing any mitigation or works or taking any actions. And this work has been validated independently against the in situ, the conventional landslide inventory with agreement with more than 85%. So that is my presentation. I would like to thank you very much. If you would like to ask me any questions, please feel free either now or during the break. And this is my email address in case you want to contact us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Skevi, indeed, for the presentation. And for the sake of time, unfortunately, I will not ask this time if there's any question, and we will move forward to the next presenter. Thank you very much. But indeed, I invite everybody to, talk to Skevi during the break afterwards. And I will pass to, Dr. George Millis from the Phoebe Research and Innovation Ltd. So he's the Director of Innovation and Manager of the Phoebe Research and Innovation. He's a board member of the Cyprus Association of Research and Innovation Enterprises and participates in several committees to promote research and innovation. So I leave the floor to you, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Annalise. And thanks for the introduction. It's always a problem being a tall person with these microphones. I hope you can hear me. So I'm George, and I'm very happy to be here. And since I have you all here, I will try to take you through a short journey of combining water quality monitoring services with Copernicus Emergency Management Service. I will start by motivating the whole thing, and then I will show you what we have achieved through some of funded projects. So this is a nice picture of Cyprus. It contains also unnecessary information, like in Larnaca, where I got this, I downloaded this picture, and it's good because we are big here. It looks like we are important and the center of the world, but from satellites, sometimes we are just a few pixels, and this is still okay. The resolution, even the medium-level resolution we get from satellites, it helps us do very good, to add very good value to many domains, as we have seen. I will be talking about the water domain, and thanks, Skevi, for introducing also some applications for this, the previous speaker. And we are surrounded by water. Water is very important for our lives. To me, I'm not a very swimming or sailing person, so this is kind of scary picture. So we zoom in, and we see that beyond the surrounding waters, we have also some inland water sources in Cyprus, which we're using to drink and agriculture and several other applications. If we have to keep the pattern, Pissouri is somewhere in the middle of Asprokremos and Kouris dams. We have the Evretou Dam, we have Asprokremos, Kouris reservoirs, and we need these reservoirs, we need these water sources in order to provide and guarantee clean and safe water to consumers in Cyprus. So this is the main and only objective of water organizations, water utilities in Cyprus. We have the Water Development Department that monitors and has the responsibility of all these inland water sources, but then down the line, the water comes to our houses through some very mature infrastructures now, and there are some people behind that are trying to monitor these infrastructures to give us clean and safe water. For example, in the Water Board of Limassol, with whom we are doing a number of projects, they are actually supplying water to around 200,000 people in an 100 square kilometers area and 17 million square meters water every year. And this is maybe not a very big project. It's for the size of Cyprus, it's a big one. And they have
a big network with DMAs, organizing pipes, and all these different ways of storing the water. But if we don't first achieve a good quality of the water that we get from the inland reservoirs, we cannot do nothing with the networks. Adding to that, in Cyprus we have a number of other more specific challenges as well. We have many drought periods and prolonged drought periods. And this is an issue, a bigger issue than what other countries face. We have high cost to produce the water because of being an island, because of other factors. And we have tourism industry, a big one, as we heard before, and during the summer we have increased demand of water. And we need to have solutions to make this, the operation of this system, the whole system, more efficient and effective, again, to be able to provide clean and safe water to the consumer. So we are the target of all these infrastructures. Unfortunately, this is not always possible. In the world, there are many cases where we fail because we have contaminations in the water we drink. There are earthquakes, natural phenomena in general. There are malicious attacks to the water sources and to the water networks. There are mistakes of people, of machines. And we have, let me say, recently we also had the earthquake in Turkey where there was a lack of clean water due to this. And before these contamination events cost a lot. Maybe they do not happen quite frequently, but if they happen, they cost a lot to our lives, to insurance companies, to the states, and why does that change? And even if we have serious events with deaths, this goes to thousands of euros per consumer. Now, the way we were doing the sampling, this is in general, but let me focus on the inland water sources. In order to sample the water and take and observe the quality, we go to take samples using drones. We can have cameras and take pictures. We can put in situ sensors and measure in specific locations. We can go every week, every month, every few months. This is the situation now in reality. But it's very costly. It costs a lot. So we need to use our remote eyes. And this is where the Earth observation comes, the Copernicus missions, and also other kind of missions, contributing missions that we had earlier as well. Fortunately, we saw earlier as well from the previous speaker, and we have also here other efforts that we have remote, we have platforms that take all this data from Sentinels and other missions, and we can apply machine learning techniques, models of the land, and find interesting, useful information. So it's something that, as we heard before, it costs less because the satellites are there and they are taking pictures of us. It's faster. It sounds strange. It's only every few days sometimes, but it's faster because it costs a lot to have the same level of information and the same granularity of information with any other measuring method. And I would say that the satellite data here we use mostly for prevention and preparedness rather than for acting an emergency. Of course, there are use cases for using them in acting and also in the aftermath situations, but mostly it's an important tool to prevent, to avoid having these contaminations going to the water network and coming to our houses. After now this observing through the satellites. Then we have other tools to go to the emergency field. We have other projects like the PathosEarth project. It's again an EU-funded project where we go down to an emergency field, of course related to water here, and we have also sensors that are measuring pathogens like E. coli, Pseudomonas aeruginosa, and with this information combined with satellite data, we can do analysis and extract knowledge. But in the water sector, like in any other sectors, there is always the problem of the data. A lot of data, as we heard earlier, sometimes we don't know what to do with all this data. We have data from the satellites, we have data from in situ measurements, different timestamps, different kinds of formats, technically, semantically different. So we have another project, Waterverse project. It's a rather new project, again, EU-funded for creating the water data spaces. So organizing all this data by dealing with anonymization, dealing with cleanliness of the data, validation, synchronization, semantic matching, etc., harmonization. So all these different problems are to guarantee clean and safe water to the consumers, as we heard earlier. The different consortia and different kind of technologies are able to help us to solve these problems. And if we manage to clean the data and have them in a format that we can analyze, we have other projects like the DigiWater project. This is funded from the Cyprus Research and Innovation Foundation to help us create a digital twin of the water network now. So we have data, we have the mathematical models of the network, and we use the models of the network in order to estimate things and forecast things and run what-if scenario. For instance, what will change if I switch off that valve there? How do I affect my consumers? Or what will happen if I introduce this satellite, this remote sensing data to my analysis? How am I going to be able to estimate better the situation in the network? So we arrive to making sense of the data, satellite and Earth observation and non-Earth observation data. Going back now to linking the satellite data with the Copernicus Emergency Management Services, we have the WQMS project. It's a project that is completing. It's ending now in June. It has managed to develop a nice set of services within a platform. You will have the chance to see it if you want. And it develops services to analyze the data from the satellites. But at the same time, these services are developed in a way that can be integrated within the Copernicus Emergency Management Service, and this is something we are pursuing already. We are in contact with responsible people, and we hope that in the near future, people across the globe will be able to use this kind of services to monitor their inland water sources. So WQMS has developed a range of functionalities. All of them are dealing with the quality of the water, of the inland water sources with which we started. Detection of quality features, chlorophyll, turbidity of the water, etc. from the satellite data. Detection of bloom events, algae bloom. Detection of changes in the land water in the points, the transition zones, detection of extreme events, oil spills, etc. And also we introduced the notion of crowdsourcing, collecting Twitter and also manual reporting.
to use in addition to the satellite data. And then this will we make them available through map navigators, like the one that Skevi showed before, through catalogs, through APIs with which the water utilities and the water development department here in Cyprus can integrate and using their own decision support systems. And this is a key aspect of these technologies. And this is the number of, this is the 4 main services that I already mentioned before. It's the water quality features monitoring, the bloom events detection, land water transition zone detection, and extreme events. You can visit, this is, if you take a picture of the slide, the platform there is operational. You can contact me or the coordinators of the project to get access to this platform and test these services. It has on-demand products, like I order for specific area. I can upload also my shapefiles, my geographical information, and get data on demand, analysis of the data on demand, or I can use this to run continuously some area if I have it already. And of course, the other services that I mentioned. And in addition, we have a training service on this address. It's open, it's free. So all this I have mentioned, you go to the training service and you not only you get reading information, but also some assessment exercises so that you become familiar with all the concepts, background concepts, and the services of the project. And this is always a work that is done by many people from industry, from academia, etc. And these were the 4 projects I mentioned. And with this, I thank you for your time. Any questions? I mean, the moderator.
Thank you very much, George, for the presentation. And again, like as I did previously, I invite everybody to talk to George later during the break. So, I mean, he's, thank you, happy and available to take questions. So we move to our last presentation for this panel, and it's provided by Major Iakovos Stylianidis, who is connected remotely with us. He is currently the head of the COSPAS, the SARSAT Cyprus Mission Control Center, and Xenon Coordination Center, director of the National Joint Rescue Coordination Center. So it's basically where today the search and rescue exercise was done. So, Major Stylianidis, are you with us? Can you hear us?
Yes, good day to everyone. I would need just 1 minute to share my screen.
Yes, please. Perfect. We can see your presentation.
It's okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The floor is yours. You can start.
Thank you. I apologize. I have a little problem. Okay. So Justice EU was established in 1995 with the primary mission to organize the SAR system of the Republic and command, control, and coordinate SAR operations with its own area of responsibility in order to locate and rescue people in distress as a result of naval or aircraft accidents. According to the ICAO International Convention of 1944, the maritime and aeronautical search and rescue region of Cyprus are identical and coincide with the Nicosia FIR. The Justice Commander falls directly under the Ministry of Defense, while under his command operate on a 24/7 basis the SAR Operations Center of the JRCC, the Xenon Coordination Center, the Cyprus Coastal Station, the SAR Training Center, and the Cyprus Visual Control Center of COSPA SARSA. I want to highlight that the collocation of the services reduces the running cost and increases the effectiveness of the service provided. Both our national law and SAR plan define the primary and the secondary SAR units. The primary airborne SAR units are the helicopters of the 460 SAR Squadron and the 4 Hilos of Cyprus Police Aviation Unit, while the maritime units of the Navy Command and the Port and Marine Police are defined as the primary ones for maritime environment. All SAR units in readiness should be able to deploy within a maximum time of 30 minutes. Also, the disaster response special unit of the fire service is defined as the primary SAR unit. And I would like to give you some statistics. As you can see on the slide, the statistics of the SAR operations. We have an overall of 6,563 incidents since 1995 that resulted in 1,034 operations and to the rescue of 4,239 people up to today. Under the JRCC command lies also the Xenon Crisis Coordination Center, as mentioned before, which was established in 2016 as a result of the lessons learned of the Lebanon evacuation in 2006. With the establishment of Xenon, the Republic of Cyprus fulfilled the crucial goal of creating a crisis coordination center able to function as a complete system of surveillance, identification, prevention, and controlling the area of responsibility of the Republic. Okay. Xenon is a multitasking center where operations can be executed for controlling migration flows and coordinating potential mass reception of refugees and migrants from the Middle East. A coordination cell in case of a non-combatant evacuation operation, as well as a national crisis coordination center in order to deal with man-made or natural disasters. At this point, I would like to highlight that the evacuation of non-combatants from Sudan was coordinated from Xenon, evacuating more than 2,600 persons. Since 2015, the Cyprus Coastal Radio is also operating the JRCC with the responsibility to inform all the mariners sailing the region of any situation which may impose danger to their lives or properties. This information and service contains weather forecasts, medical advice, navigation, warnings, air navtex, etc. The latest addition of the center is the new SAR Training Center. The JRCC acknowledged the lack of a certified SAR Training Center not only on a national level but also internationally, and proceeded in cooperation with the Civil Aviation Academy to the establishment of one high-tech center with dedicated SAR simulators, aiming to provide certified SAR training courses with the support of ICAO. This was an overall introduction to what we actually do here at the JRCC. Now I would like to highlight the next point, which is the COSPA SARSA Cyprus Visual Control Center, which is something that is operated here at the JRCC also. And this one of the approximately 30 mission control centers around. CYMCC has been in fully operational capability since 2020, alerting JRCC for beacon activations within Cyprus SRR. The CYMCC operates as an element of the COSPA SARSA system, of which you can see the flow of information on the screen. The main flow starts with a beacon activation, as you can see in number 1, which broadcasts a signal, a distress signal, and which is relayed by the satellites down to Earth, picked up by the local user terminal, which are ground stations, and forwarded to the associated Mission Control Center. And the Mission Control Center is responsible to distribute the alerts to the competent RCC, as we will see next on the short video that we have. I apologize for not having audio, but I believe you understood exactly what is going on. Here, along with the CYMCC, the SAR Galileo satellite Earth station, the Larnaca Meolute is called, is also monitored by the GRCC in cooperation with the European Union. The station tracks medium Earth orbit satellites and is one of the 4 EU stations located in Spitsbergen, Maspalomas, and La Reunion Islands in the Indian Ocean. Here you can see a photo of the Meolute, and you can see the 4 antennas that track 4 different medium Earth satellites at each time. Proceeding. Some points that I believe it will be good to mention. This is from our experience, that during SAR operations, but also through a cooperation with all the agencies that will be mobilized to confront a crisis or an incident, we can provide our inputs regarding how space technology could enhance and help make the operations more efficient and in a much less time. At some point, I imagine, and correct me if I'm wrong, the satellite communication will be of such quality that can be used as the main means of voice and data communication, at least for the units deployed to an operation, but also between the units, the operations room, and the person in distress. The SAR Galileo RLS, the return link service, is a useful tool that offers additional time to units to mobilize and save the person or persons in distress. Also, it's a first step to two-way communication, at least in the framework of COSPA SARSAT, providing the capability to exchange preset messages with the beacon owner, gathering information about the health status, the incident nature, the number of persons in distress, etc. While in the future, the capability to communicate with the person in distress by texting might be possible to be adapted. Just to say a few words, the return link service is a service that provides the capability to the RCCs to inform the person in distress that the SAR operations have commenced, something that prolongs the survivability of the people in danger. Additionally, we are currently using the satellite tracking of SAR assets, but we strongly believe that the near real-time high-resolution image from sensors on satellites will be the most beneficial, especially at open sea, but also during disasters such as earthquakes, tsunamis, sea pollution, etc. The fast, reliable, and detailed information, but also the uninterrupted provision of internet help the decision makers to be more efficient by localizing, identifying, and assessing the situation rapidly. On the screen, you can also see our website, on which you can find useful information, such as note times and navigational warnings for our area of responsibility. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Major Stylianidis, for the presentation and for illustrating a little bit the possibilities and what the center it's currently doing. So, unfortunately, given that we are lagging a little bit behind, we need to skip the Q&A session. But actually, I mean, all the speakers will be here around. So once again, please don't hesitate to go to them and ask your questions. So now I will give 10 minutes time for a coffee break. So actually everybody can indeed take a little bit of fresh air. We will be back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Να παρακαλέσω σιγά σιγά να καθίσουμε όλοι στις καρέκλες μας για να ξεκινήσουμε. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Hello. So we are ending up to our last part of the workshop. We've heard this morning how many applications we could have with Copernicus, how many applications and great achievement can apply thanks to the EU space program. We had the last presentation, and I can tell you, after the exercise of this morning with the Cypriot authorities, indeed, space is wonderfully useful, not only to save people, but to ensure that climate change is properly mitigated. So, but all these, in order to ensure that all this is properly done, then we need to make sure that there is a real political push. And for this real political push, that's why we had the pleasure of we were supposed to welcome the Deputy Minister for Research, Innovation and Digital Policy, Mr. Haji Zacharias, but unfortunately he's been called to the House of the Parliament. So he's been nicely and professionally replaced by Mr. Komodoromos, who's Director of the Department of Electronic Communications. Please.
Dear Executive Director of EUSPA, dear President of Eurisy, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to be joining you today on this very special occasion, and I would like to thank you all for your participation. A warm welcome to our guests from abroad, and congratulations to the organizers for this important undertaking, focused on satellite-based services for disaster risk management, which are directly linked to a number of areas of interest of the EU Galileo, Copernicus, and GovSatcom systems. In recent years, Europe faced the consequences of several natural hazards resulting in human and economic losses. Extreme weather events due to climate change will only increase in the future. The rapid growth in the use of satellite applications has the potential to mitigate the impact of climate change and related hazards. Earth observations, global navigation satellite systems, and satellite communications all support crucial phases of disaster risk management, from prevention and preparedness to response and recovery. Dear friends, investing in space means investing in present and in the future. Space is considered a vital driver of innovation, growth, and competitiveness, and a key enabler for accelerating the twin digital and green transition and advancing social prosperity. The huge amounts of information provided by Earth observation satellite systems can be used in a variety of areas, and one of these is the disaster risk management addressed today in this workshop. As the 21st century gets further underway, ladies and gentlemen, the space economy and the impact of space activities upon the welfare of humanity are growing and evolving. In fact, the space economy is one of the fastest growing sectors, and according to the Space Foundation, space activity is expected to grow to $634 billion by 2026 from $175 billion in 2005, and eventually become the first economy that will reach the $1 trillion. In this new reality, Cyprus, although small in size, aims to be part of the space revolution, scaling up activities, advancing sharing goals, and paving the way for a sustainable and resilient future. To this end, we have taken a number of steps, such as formulating our national space strategy and developing our national space law to authorize and supervise space activities. In addition, the government supports the creation of a space business incubation center and a local space cluster, while also placing great emphasis on capacity building and space awareness activities. Enhancing our cooperation with the European Space Agency has been crucial to achieving our goals. In the context of the new cooperation agreement with ESA, we have increased our subscription to 2.6 million per year to accelerate the capacity build-up of our industry, thus transitioning earlier to associate membership. Attracting considerable investment, Cyprus has created a growing satellite network, capitalizing on its geostrategic location and aspiring to become a regional telecommunication hub. Our country developed a simple, flexible, and competitive licensing model. As a result, we granted 8 authorizations, resulting in 3 satellites in operation, including Eutelsat. In addition, very recently, the EU Agency for the Space Programme, EUSPA, decided to deploy 2 ground stations called RIMS in Cyprus for the operation of the EU EGNOS system, used to improve the performance of global navigation for aviation, maritime, and land-based users. Major developments in satellite infrastructure also include a receiving Earth station, part of the search and rescue service of the EU Galileo system for detecting and locating emergency beacons. It is worth mentioning that Cyprus is one of the only 3, now 4, hosting countries of such infrastructure in Europe. We are also working towards the establishment of an optical gateway critical for connecting Cyprus to the rest of the European quantum communication infrastructure network. In addition, we place great emphasis on Earth observation, capitalizing on our climate, geographic location, and national infrastructure and expertise, which allows us to develop innovative space technology services. Ladies and gentlemen, I truly believe that this conference is a great opportunity to exchange knowledge and expertise and explore opportunities for collaboration so that together we can tackle in the most efficient way such disasters using space technologies and to create a common understanding among national and regional stakeholders of what satellite-based service can bring during the different phases of disaster risk management and to facilitate the use of these services from a national to a European level. Last but not least, I urge the government agencies present here today, which are the front line for the exploitation of space technologies, to benefit from their use in fulfilling their missions in a more efficient way and to offer a new range of quality services to citizens. For the above reasons, the government agencies must have an active role in this effort to promote and exploit space applications and act as a first customer of such services in order to further develop as a space-faring nation, promote security to our citizens, and fulfill our national goals. Once again, thank you for honoring us with your presence, and I wish you all productive deliberation. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you very much, Yorgos. Thank you very much. So, indeed, as it has been said previously, the EU components are quite useful and are used not only because we are financing 100% of Galileo or 75% of Copernicus, but also because this is the opportunity altogether to have the same kind of system within the EU. So that's why the Director General of DG DEFIS in charge of space within the European Commission wanted to be with us. Unfortunately, cannot be physically here, but let's listen to him for a few words, please.
Ladies and gentlemen,
MEP Mandil, we look forward to hearing your views on this important topic with great interest. The stage is
Innovation and Digital Policy for holding this workshop dedicated to satellite-based services for disaster risk management.
Thanks for your interest and thanks for the opportunity to have this exchange today on this important matter.
Physically with you today,
I think it is an
wanted to
important
take this
matter
opportunity
because
to highlight.
we must never forget about that as a basic question because our societies are so much
of satellite technologies,
of course,
supported
as we are at this stage.
Eurisy,
for
regular times as
for
well
research,
as we innovation and digital policy
this
for holding
year
this
for war
workshop
times on
dedicated
European
to satellite-based
soil.
services.
This is why I'm happy that after less than 2 years, actually, we decided in the plenary of the European.
enormous potential
regards
of satellite
in the first
technologies
place to
supported
physical
by the EU
infrastructure.
space program.
We also have the NIS2 directive in place, which regards to digital infrastructure. And both.
All right, so it seems there is an issue there. So instead of waiting, I'm proposing that we're going to the next speaker, who's Rodrigo da Costa. He's the Executive Director of the EU Space Program Agency. And the EU Space Program Agency is implementing concretely the EU Space Program. That's why we ensure the new RIMS in Cyprus, for instance. So Rodrigo, please.
So thank you very much, and good afternoon in the meantime also from my side. It's really a pleasure to be here while the slides go up. It's very good to be home, and I say it's very good to be home because as the EU agency we are home in all the member states of the European Union, and of course we are home also here with you in Cyprus today. I want to give a very, very big thanks to those that co-organized with us, certainly the Ministry of Research, Innovation and Digital Policy. Thank you for welcoming us here today, Georgios. Thank you also to your minister for the very warm welcome today. I want to thank certainly Eurisy, Dominique, Annalise, and everyone that worked so hard to have this excellent event in place today. I will talk to you about 10 minutes, and I will tell you a little bit, I'll give you a global perspective of many things that you have already discussed and you have already seen in the morning. And then I will tell you also what we do as EUSPA, as the EU agency for the space program. But before we talk about the EU agency for the space program, I think it is key and crucial that I tell you what is the space program, because our agency is involved in the space program. You know that Europe is doing a lot of things in space. There are many activities. There are countries that have their national activities. There are countries that collaborate bilateral. There is, of course, international collaboration among many member states, in particular in the scope of the European Space Agency. But also the European Union has a space program. And it has a space program actually since formally May 2021, but the history of the EU space program is coming already from the past, because in 2021 what we did, or what was done at the EU space program level, was to integrate a number of components and to integrate things that were already there from the past. I will tell you a little bit more about that. But before that, I want to make a quick switch back to what we had this morning. Those of you that were here, you may have heard that there is in parallel ongoing a big search and rescue exercise, something that is done regularly here. So I will start with a short video about search and rescue, and then I will elaborate on EUSPA and on what we do. Hopefully the video will work this time.
War of Russia against the free world. We need to focus much more on the protection of humanity overall. As mentioned, unfortunately, that we see their importance due to the war, and we can expect fighting to be waged against us to best which has been waged against us already for February 24th. And I also want to share with you one last point in that introductory note. And this is about confidence in our state systems and confidence in our capability to structure from the side of sovereigns and enterprises businesses in high end when it comes to cyber attacks. Because we all know if you're frank and if we have our eyes that there are businesses attacked by cyber attacks which are considered to trust in state persecution on that, or to hate for the criminals, or to do cyber attacks alone in terms of attack division like state actors and terrorist actors, but in terms of crime and organized crime. And what we have to create is a clear atmosphere of the state that secures the interconnection between the two legislative fields in order to protect infrastructure in its entirety. These are a few thoughts from my side. Thank you again for this opportunity, and I look forward.
Using, in general, search and rescue COSPA-SARSAT, but also based on Galileo satellites. We've heard before more than 4,000 only here from Larnaca, and of course, Europe-wide, worldwide, many more. A wonderful picture of Cyprus to start, and let me pick up where I was just before to tell you about the EUSpace program. So many components, many things that are there since a long time, but brought together in May 2021. We have EGNOS. EGNOS is our augmentation system, regional coverage. We say regional because it covers basically the European area. It was primarily developed for aviation, and I know there are some aviation actors here around in the table today, but today it's not only used in aviation, it's used well beyond that. Domains such as agriculture, for example, are already using EGNOS. We are developing a maritime service for EGNOS. We are developing rail services for EGNOS. So EGNOS is going beyond its traditional aviation borders, providing, in particular, the safety of life that is a crucial element for this type of systems. We have Galileo, the global navigation satellite system. Today, with more than 3.5 billion users worldwide, if you have a modern mobile phone, if you have a wearable like a watch for sports, but also in your car or in many other aspects of our daily life, Galileo will be there. You may not notice it, but probably when you came here, if you used a common app in your mobile phone, you actually used Galileo to navigate here. We have Copernicus. We have heard a lot of about Copernicus this morning. A lot of data that is being created from our Earth, that allows us to understand better what is happening, but allows us as well to start looking into the future and make predictions. And then other elements, governmental satellite communications, key for EU governments to have the capability of communicating securely among and within their organizations. Space situational awareness, a very hot topic as you all know, with many components to it, but in particular understanding what is happening in space around our assets, for example. And then a number of other areas such as research and innovation, support to entrepreneurship, etc., etc. All this is the EUSpace program, and in all this comes our agency, the EUSpace program agency. By the way, before that, one point I did not mention in the previous slide is the creation of a new regulation, the creation of IRIS², the infrastructure for resilience, interconnectivity, and security by satellite. This is a new program. It is just appearing. It's not even 2 months old, to provide connectivity, of course, in addition to the secure communication capability of GovSatcom. Now, as I was saying, as an agency, we are moving in the domain of the space program, and basically, to explain it very simply, we are doing 3 things. We are exploiting the systems, we are securing the systems, and we are fostering the use of data. So we are fostering the market uptake. Starting with the exploitation is basically to operate the systems. We operate Galileo, we operate EGNOS. By the way, you see here 2 pictures here from Cyprus, from our 2 RIM sites that are right now being built. One to be ready in 2023, another one to be ready in 2025. So there is EUSpace physically here, but there is more than that, because we also have the MEOLUT, so it's a SAR facility installed here, installed in Larnaca, very important for the coverage of all the Eastern Mediterranean. So there is EUSpace physically present in Cyprus on all the upstream and the operations part. We are doing as well the development of GovSatcom. We are right now purchasing the hub that will allow connectivity. We are preparing the program I've just mentioned, working with the Commission, working with ESA to prepare IRIS², and we will become the front desk of SST, Space Surveillance and Tracking, from the 1st of July onwards. So in this angle, this is actually a very service provision-oriented agency. So we are looking for the provision of services and exploiting the systems. Second element of key importance is security. We look at security from two angles. First, we secure the assets. So we need to make sure that our assets, Galileo assets, EGNOS assets, Space Program assets are secure. So we accredit those assets, working with the member states, we monitor their security, etc., etc. Second, at least equally important, is we foster the use and we support the use of space data, space services for security-related applications. We are a governmental service provider, so we are providing services, space services for governments. Right now, very much focused on Galileo, the public regulated service of PRS. As I said, we are developing GovSatcom. Our role in IRIS² will go also into this domain. We are starting to think about things such as a Copernicus governmental service. So clearly, how can we bring space not only to the general economy and to everyone, but also to the governmental users? And last but not least, we foster the market uptake. I mean, we are talking about a huge investment. If you look at the current financial perspective, so in the period 21 to 28, the European Union is investing around a little bit more than 17 billion euro in space. It's a lot. 17 billion euro is a lot. Now, we need to make sure that those 17 billion euro transform into real benefits, so that to make sure that the data, the services, those that are provided by Galileo, by EGNOS, the commercial use of Copernicus, but also GovSatcom and IRIS² transform into real benefits and transform into real applications. So we are working with many, eventually also some of you, in developing new applications. We support established companies, large companies, research institutions through the Horizon program. We work with entrepreneurs, we work with startups through the Cassini program in order to create the applications and the capacity to use space data and services to solve the problems, the challenges of many businesses. And we look also where space brings an advantage. And for this, we have our market report. I invite you to have a look at that. It's available online in our webpage, where we look at all the 17 market segments that benefit from space, and we see what is the advantage that space is already bringing today, and what is the potential for growth when we look to the future. Very diverse things. We are talking about road transport, air transport, agriculture, energy management, fisheries, etc. So it's really quite broad. And so there is really quite a lot of potential, and as mentioned by Georgios just before, the potential of the space downstream is very, 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 very big. And of course, we do all these aligned with the priorities of the Union. And the priorities of the Union are the priorities of the member states. They are also the priorities of Cyprus. I've heard already a few of them. For example, when we look at the Green Deal and how do we achieve our Green Deal targets, how do we tackle climate change, but also other areas, of course, digital, the resilience of our economy, and the strategic autonomy and the non-dependence of Europe. To conclude, I will give you a few examples of areas we are working. I'll not go much into the search and rescue because you had already an excellent presentation. We had already an excellent presentation just before from the SAR operations, but SAR, of course, is a very important use case. When we look, for example, at Copernicus, Copernicus is used for many applications. We saw some of those, oil spill detection, vessel tracking, for example. Also in domains of navigation, maritime navigation, for example, is more and more a challenge. And there we can bring together data from Galileo or services from Galileo, data from Copernicus to optimize traffic routes. There are many companies, many entrepreneurs working on this domain. And here in particular, there will be a big benefit from the new EGNOS maritime service that will provide precise navigation with the safety of life component. And coming to a close, also everything that is related to sustainability, where we are looking, again, vessel route optimization, things like wave current predictions, also very helpful, for example, in the fishery domain, etc., etc., etc. I will not elaborate in detail because you have seen it in the morning, different applications that are being created here in Cyprus. Let me conclude by encouraging all of you, not only to contribute to the creation of space data and space services, again, the excellent examples of the Larnaca Meolut and the 2 RIM stations, but to encourage to use those data, use those services, because they belong to you, they belong to us, they belong to the European Union, to use these data and services to solve your challenges in the most different areas. Thank you very much, and I wish you a good continuation. Thank you.
Just to give you an idea, the market report, already 200,000 downloads, so you won't be alone if you download it from our website. Let's have another try with our DG of DG Defi from the Commission, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank Eurisy, EUSPA, and the Cypriot Ministry for Research, Innovation and Digital Policy for holding this workshop dedicated to satellite-based services for disaster risk management. Although I am unfortunately not be able to be physically with you today, I wanted to take this opportunity to highlight both the invaluable contribution and the enormous potential of satellite technologies supported by the EU space program in addressing emergencies. Our flagship programs, Copernicus, Galileo, EGNOS, and the new addition IRIS² provide us with a wide arsenal of capabilities on Earth observation, navigation, and connectivity. Each one of them brings added value to different phases of the disaster risk management and mitigation chain. But used in synergy, they offer a unique toolset to the emergency responders. Their significance has been showcased over the past years with weather-related events. The summer 21 was the hottest ever recorded in Europe. However, this record was unfortunately only lasted for 1 year, as the summer 22 was even warmer. This extreme heat wave triggered wildfires across the Mediterranean in countries like Greece, Spain and Italy. Over these 2 years, Cyprus lost over 8,500 hectares of land to wildfires. And in 2022 alone, Europe saw another sad record as nearly 660,000 hectares of land were ravaged by the blazes, according to Copernicus. According to EUMETSAT, these fires overwhelmed firefighters, forced people to evacuate their homes, and even led to loss of human life. In those events, the capabilities of the EU space program were not only essential for efficient disaster risk management, they were saving lives. Through the synergies they develop, the components of the EU space program enable our member states to build an efficient disaster risk management cycle, from prevention and preparedness to response and recovery. For example, the European Earth Observation Programme supports the Copernicus Emergency Management Service, CEMS. It constantly monitors Europe to forecast, analyze and provide information for resilience strategies. EMS provides on-demand, detailed information for selected emergency situations, including fires and flooding. The service also offers continuous observations and forecasting for flood, drought and fire risk, providing decision makers with the critical geospatial information they need to, for example, issue an evacuation order. Then we have Galileo, the European Satellite Navigation Programme, delivering position, navigation and timing services to citizens worldwide since 2016. The Galileo Search and Rescue Service, known as SAR, plays a major role in disaster risk management. It contributes to timely detection and localization of the distress signals from emergency beacons, enabling faster and more effective response in emergencies such as earthquakes, hurricanes, and other disasters. Galileo SAR service enhances search and rescue operations by improving location accuracy, reducing response times, and increasing the chances of saving lives. The Commission is also working to the introduction of a messaging capability on COSPAS-SARSAT beacons that will improve further the effectiveness of the rescue action. In addition to the services already available, Galileo is introducing in its portfolio a new service, the Emergency Warning Satellite Service. This new service will enable to timely alert people in advance of a hazard like tsunami or volcano eruption on their smartphones, car, or screens on public buildings. It will be accessible globally and free of charge, giving us an additional early warning tool to prevent loss of life and reduce the economic and material impacts of hazardous events, including disasters. This service does not replace the existing alert system, but reinforces the robustness of the warning dissemination and communication chain by adding an extra channel, the satellite channel. It is independent of terrestrial ground infrastructures and remains available even in the toughest situations. Nations worldwide could benefit from using this service to alert their population in case of a natural disaster. This is particularly the case for countries with remote, unconnected areas like remote villages or oceanic islands. The service will enter in operation in 2025, but my team is already organizing a series of live demonstrations in the EU to showcase the potential of the service to the civil protection community. One of these field demonstrations will actually take place in Cyprus in October this year, simulating an alert scenario on forest fires and tsunami. Another important role that satellites can fulfill in disaster management is to provide connectivity, which increases coordination and response time for civil protection actors and allows to restore a minimum level of mobile service for populations. This resilience layer is becoming more and more critical for the Union. The number of recorded natural disasters in Europe has more than doubled over the last 3 decades, a trend likely to continue in the next decade. And the categories of disasters that have the most increase are, to no one's surprise, floods, extreme temperatures and storms, which are all events that have a severe impact on our terrestrial telecommunication networks. Therefore, it is vital that we are able to deploy emergency connectivity capabilities to enhance existing telecommunication networks, absorb congestions, and provide backhaul for mobile networks. Moreover, satellite connectivity can also contribute to disaster anticipation by relaying the data collected by thousands of sensors to authorities so that necessary action is taken before it is too late. The greater awareness for this need for resilient, secure connectivity capabilities is one of the drivers that led to the establishment of the Union Secure Connectivity Programme called IRIS2, that DG DEFIS is currently implementing. Through IRIS2, which stands for Infrastructure for Resilience, Interconnectivity and Security by Satellite, we will be able to provide rescue teams and citizens with a powerful tool to enhance relief response, save lives, and accelerate recovery. Dear colleagues, it is obvious that the services that the European Union is offering through its space program and IRIS2 are at the core of an efficient and effective disaster risk management. Through the capabilities they offer individually and the significant synergies they create when working in synergy, they enhance our collective ability to keep European citizens safe and secure. The EU is committed to continuing working in this direction with all parties involved for the development of future services which will become available in the near future. I wish you all fruitful discussions an excellent conference, and I still apologize not being with you personally. Thank you very much.
So thank you to all. Now, to conclude this workshop, I would like to invite the person, one of the representative of the organization with whom this event wouldn't have been possible. So I would like to welcome Mrs. Dominique Tillmans, who's honorary senator for Belgium and president of Eurisy, of course. Dominique.
Thank you, Marie, for your introduction. When you come back from a search and rescue joint exercise as today's, I'm more than convinced that all decision makers, politicians, officials should live such an exercise, such an event in their life. They would understand that space technology is not only a matter of engineers, technicians, but also an important lever for prevention and decision making. Today, I learned a lot. I learned a lot about the ability of the Joint Research Coordination Center to respond to save life in distress. I learned a lot about their professional commitment. I learned a lot about their work ethic, and I thank the staff for its efficiency. Dear Rodrigo, dear Giorgio, I must say Giorgio, I must say Yorios, dear colleagues and experts, first, I want congratulate the Minister of Defense, the Deputy Minister of Research, Innovation and Digital Policy, and their administration for the organization of this important search and rescue joint exercise in Cyprus. And also, I want to thank EUSPA and my Eurisy team to be part of this relevant event which takes part of a large-scale multinational civil and military exercise. But before going further, I will ask you a question. You know, I like to inverse the role. Do you know over the last 2 years how many times the EU member states and non-member states required the activation of the Union Civil Protection Mechanism? Who knows the number? Who gets the number? You have an idea? No? Nobody has an idea? You will see it's a lot. According to the European Commission, it has been requested 320 times for both member states and non-member states. It's more than 13 times per month. And among the member states, it has been requested 104 times. It's more than 4 times per month, nearly 1 per week. This is impressive. And I have another question. Do you know the cost of these adverse events? Well, already, Georgios already, and I think also other members before speak about the numbers, and maybe certainly Rodrigo, you know it certainly. So the cost of those adverse events is really impressive. So it's between 1980 and 2020, 50 million people in Europe were affected, 50 million. And the damage is estimated about 12 billion euro economic losses per year. 12 billion euros economic losses per year. It's so huge. So those significant numbers prove the need for a cooperation mechanism to support the EU member states and beyond, to increase Europe's resilience to natural disaster from floods, wildfire, droughts, volcanoes, and man-made catastrophes. They are menacing our environment, putting in danger our life, our economy, and impacting properties, flora, fauna, and cultural heritage. We have to reduce this number. We have to act. And space technology can help us. This powerful tool in many domains demonstrates its crucial role against today in optimizing the oversight of the responses to emergencies and to other phases of the disaster risk management cycle. And at the policy level, the European Commission is making giant steps to harmonize how member states can work together. This is important, how we can work together to tackle and reduce the impact of disasters. On the other side, EUSPA and Eurisy together are working to facilitate the use of space technology, to make them accessible, to make them understandable. Our job is to support and convince countries and regions to adopt satellite technology. It's a commitment. It's a commitment. We raise awareness of what satellite technology can do to support the National Civil Protection Corps, to support search and rescue entities, and to save the citizens. Already, last year, we started in Greece this national workshop cycle to build a shared understanding among national stakeholders of what satellite-based services can bring in disaster and risk management. I conclude. We must never forget that disasters have no friends, no borders. We must never forget that space technology is an incredible ally in meeting both solidarity and cooperation between states in the event of a disaster. We must never forget that space technology is an incredible ally to meet specific national needs in terms of security and autonomy of a country. I thank you.
Thank you, Dominique. So this is concluding our workshop. I want to conclude, Annalisa. So in any case, thank you very much for participating, for contributing, and we hope that you learn, we hope that you have been interested. Yes. You have a question. Do you want? Yes, go ahead. Microphone are coming.
Thank you. Congratulations for the excellent presentations. I understand that branding and communication is very important in this field. So an idea came to me just a few minutes ago, and I suggest a brand name for all the efforts, which is Space Earth, double S, double E in the middle, one word. So the last letter E is with a capital, Space Earth. And I also suggest a slogan for this effort, Space Technologies, Earthly Applications. Thank you and congratulations once again.
Thank you very much for the suggestion. Thank you very much. So, just to conclude, Annalisa, you want to say a few words for the conclusion? So I'll give the floor to Annalisa.
Thank you very much, Maria. I mean, I will not be long because I know that it has been a very intense and full day. I just wanted on my side to thank all the speakers, to thank all the participants for being here. I hope we managed to convey you some key messages for us, that is, use more space. So this is something that it's like a common good. It's something that all of us we've been paying for, and now it's time for all of us to use it as its full extent. So I hope we manage to actually showcase a little bit of the possibilities offered by the whole infrastructure that we have here. And we wanted, of course, to put you in contact with all the speakers. So if you have any question, again, if you would like to get the contact, don't hesitate to come back to us, to the incredible DEC, Department of Electronic Communication team that has been like our local organizers here. So please don't hesitate. For the rest, I just want to conclude with a little logistics for all the attendees. We are happy to, invite you for lunch at the Olympia restaurant of the hotel, so everybody can take the lunch, and we hope to see you soon. Thank you very much.
Copernicus is the European Union's Earth observation program, looking at our planet and its environment for the benefit of global citizens. 5 Copernicus missions are currently in orbit, providing a huge amount of data that we can use to make our world better. Let's find out how Copernicus data helps safeguarding cultural heritage in the Greek island of Rhodes.
We are in the city of Rhodes, in the largest island of the Dodecanese. The ancient city was founded in 408 BC, and its rich history is still visible today. This area is called Rhodini. We can see here a part of the ancient necropolis, including monumental graves and cave sanctuaries. Rhodini, due to the beauty of its landscape, was also a part and a place for recreation. Well, the Roman bridge is one of the few ancient bridges preserved in Greece, and it has been in use from ancient times.
Copernicus is the European Union's Earth observation program, looking at our planet and its environment for the benefit of global citizens. 5 Copernicus missions are currently in orbit, providing a huge amount of data that we can use to make our world better. Let's find out how Copernicus data helps safeguarding cultural heritage in the Greek island of Rhodes.
We are in the city of Rhodes, in the largest island of the Dodecanese. The ancient city was founded in 408 BC, and its rich history is still visible today. This area is called Rhodini. We can see here a part of the ancient necropolis, including monumental graves and cave sanctuaries. Rhodini, due to the beauty of its landscape, was also a part and a place for recreation. Well, the Roman bridge is one of the few ancient bridges preserved in Greece, and it has been in use from ancient times until today. I am Vasiliki Patsiada and I am an archaeologist.
I'm Sotiris Patatoukos and I'm an art conservator. We both work for the Effort of Antiquities of the Dodecanese, which is responsible for protecting, preserving, and studying all antiquities in the 12 islands of the Dodecanese. Here in Rhodes, we are particularly concerned about the impacts of geohazards on our cultural heritage, as the island is subject to soil movements and is situated in a seismic area. In the Rodin archaeological area, for example, here in the grave complex, we notice that the wall surrounding the grave enclosure is in danger of collapsing. In the mausoleum, many parts are already detached from the main monument due to erosion or ground deformation. Also, the Roman bridge, even though it is statically stable, is presenting fissures on the inner side of the arches, which make its monitoring necessary. To prevent further damage to the monuments and adopt effective conservation measures, we need accurate and up-to-date information on land deformation.
Since 2019, we participate in Hyperion, a project funded by the European Union to create tools to understand the effects of climate change and intense geological phenomena on cultural heritage.
I'm Vasilia Karathanasi and I am the director of the Laboratory of Remote Sensing at the National Technical University of Athens. To understand how land moves here, we used data from the Sentinel-1 satellites of the Copernicus program. We collected more than 100 images from 2016 to 2019 and we were able to assess ground deformation with millimetric accuracy. Indeed, the land deformation maps show a 10 mm uplift around the area of Rodini in these years. Sentinel-1 images are particularly useful for this kind of assessment, since the satellites have a short revisit time ranging from 6 to 12 days and a high spatiotemporal resolution. This means that we can have up-to-date information on land movements for each date for which satellite images are acquired. Sentinel-1 images enable for the identification of deformation patterns even on large-size monuments in a regular basis.
These maps represent a non-invasive tool to collect the information we need to preserve our cultural heritage. They facilitate the early recognition of potential risks to the monuments and support our regular monitoring of land deformation in the area. We can identify the structures that need more urgent action and propose measures to secure and restore monuments.
For example, we will take action to stabilize the monuments that are more affected by the deformation in Rodini, and we will ask the municipality to stop or lighten the traffic on the bridge.